Excellent. I declare open this public hearing of the Legal and Constitutional Affairs References Committee inquiry into Australia's youth justice and incarceration system. The committee's proceedings today will follow the program as circulated. These are public proceedings being broadcast live via audio. I am the chair of the committee, Senator Leah Blythe, and joining me today in person are Senators Cox and Shoebridge, and I understand Senator Antic is joining us via teleconference. Before we begin, I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. I remind witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to the committee. The committee prefers evidence to be given in public, but under the Senate's resolutions, witnesses have the right to request to be heard in confidence, described as being in camera. If you are a witness today and intend to request to give evidence in camera, please bring this to the attention of the Secretariat as soon as possible. If a witness objects to answering a question, the witness should state the ground upon which the objection is taken, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer. Having regard to the ground which is claimed, if the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Such a request may, of course, also be made at any other time. A witness speaking for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear, and witnesses should speak clearly and into the microphones to assist Hansard to record the proceedings. Mobile phones and other electronic devices should be switched off or turned to silent mode. I now welcome representatives from the WA Commissioner for Children and Young People and the Office of the Inspector of Custodial Services. Thank you for taking the time to come and speak with this committee today. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. I remind senators and witnesses that the Senate has resolved that an officer of the Department of the Commonwealth or State shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. For the Hansard record, can I please ask you to state your full name and capacity in which you appear? Did you want to go first? Mr. Ryan? Dubbed him in.
She's very bossy. Eamon Ryan, I'm the Inspector of Custodial Services in Western Australia.
Thank you.
Jacqueline McGowan-Jones, Commissioner for Children and Young People, WA.
Fantastic. Thank you both again for taking the time to give evidence today, and apologies for starting a few minutes late. What we will do is, do you have opening statements that you would like? No. Oh, fantastic. So what we can do is jump straight into questions, and what I might do is go to Senator Shoebridge to kick us off, and then I'll rotate the call from there.
What I thought might be most useful, if you can give us an update about what's happening at Banksia Hill and the work you're doing at Banksia Hill, and I'm happy for either of you to go. I know both of you are active in that space. Would that be possible?
Sure. I guess just to go back a little bit in time to what's happening in Banksia Hill today. The committee will no doubt be aware of the situation in Banksia Hill in 22 and 23 that led to the tragic passing of Cleveland Dodd, rest in peace. But since that time, there's been an enormous amount of reform, and it's a journey of reform. That they're not there yet, but we're seeing a period of stability in Banksia Hill and also in Unit 18. But I'll explain that in a little bit more detail. But I would, as I always do, encourage caution because Banksia Hill has traditionally, over many years, been on a period, almost a roller coaster, where there's periods of stability and the attention goes off it because it's stable and the regime and the centre is functioning well, and then it deteriorates into a period of crisis. We've seen that cycle over many, many years, and it's been a subject of criticism by myself and my predecessors. But your question, Senator Shoebridge, is what is happening today? And I guess that question is probably best answered by the department, but I can give you my perspective of it from the work we do. In 2023, the department introduced a model of care, which is an operating philosophy. It's a trauma-informed model of care, but and it's actually quite a good model of care. Since that time, they've been implementing it, and they've done a number of important things. So I'll try and highlight some of the big things. They've established a Young People's Directorate under the leadership of a Deputy Commissioner for Young People. Previously it was Young People and Women. Now it's solely dedicated to young people. So that's a significant reform. That was done in July 24. And then since that time, the department more generally in April 25 released a 5-year strategic plan which sets the direction. I don't need to tell you what a strategic plan is, but it identifies principles, priorities, and then individual focus areas. Corresponding with that, or aligned with that, in December 25, the department introduced or released a young people strategy. So it's a 5-year plan for young people. Follows the same sort of format and fits in with that. So there's some strategic clarity as to where they're going and what the centre is trying to achieve, what it's trying to be. Most recently, there was a cultural security framework for youth detention developed and released. That was just before Christmas, so in December. And importantly, that was developed in conjunction with, in equal partnership with CASWA, so the Council for Aboriginal Services in Western Australia. And that's a really important document because it talks about cultural safety, cultural framework. So they're the sort of, I suppose, strategic, big picture things that we're seeing happening. They've built a new crisis care centre at Banksia Hill. It's almost ready for commissioning. They're just going through the last few days of opening and closing doors and training staff. They've committed to a new youth detention facility. There's some controversy around that about whether we need a new youth detention facility, but that is on the plans. And importantly, in developing that and in building that, it's at the tender phase. They've got a community reference group, and I'm fortunately I'm a part of that. But that's a broad community reference group to engage the community and keep the community informed. We're also seeing on the ground improved staffing. We're seeing improved out of cell hours. We're seeing reductions in critical incidents. We're seeing education happening, mentors coming in, non-government organisations coming in. So we are seeing improvements, but as I said in the beginning of my answer to your question, Senator Shoebridge, I would urge caution because reforms around the world in youth justice space are long-term. They take years and years to plan, implement and embed.
All right. Well, I know I asked about Banksia Hill, but, there's any material you could share about Unit 18 as well, what the before I then go to the Commissioner?
Sure. Unit 18 is an interesting setup. When it was established in 2023, I, along with so many other people, were critics of it, became critics of it very, very quickly. The Unit 18 we have today is a bit different. It's a very, very small population. I think there's 3 or 4, maybe even 5 young people there today. And the infrastructure and the buildings themselves are not fit for purpose. It's an accommodation unit in an adult maximum security prison. But the way it operates with the intensive staff, the in-reach from community and the services, welfare support, health, mental health, it actually is providing a reasonably good service. Now, I want to see it closed as much as everybody else does, But one of my concerns is, and I'm a bit of a pragmatist in this, one of my concerns is that the roller coaster of reform and crisis that I spoke of earlier, I'm concerned that if Banksia Hill closes, not Banksia Hill, if Unit 18 is closed too soon and those services are not replicated for that small cohort of young people in Banksia Hill, that we could go back in the roller coaster. I'm not saying that's impossible because I don't run prisons. I've got a fortunate job of sitting on the sidelines and critiquing, but that's what I would like to see. So closed as soon as possible, but as long as it can be done safely.
Well, I might come back and unpick some of those propositions because I noticed there's elements in your submission that I find deeply troubling just from your submission about the state of what's happening. We've had 2 young people die in custody in those facilities. And I'll be honest, Mr. Ryan, those 2 deaths of young people in those 2 facilities and the reports that I'm hearing from families and community are starkly at odds with the concept of any kind of positivity. I mean, maybe it's less absolutely horrific if that's what you're trying to convey, but your opening here seems to suggest we should see positivity and things are on the mend and see it in a positive light. I've got to say that's not what my office is getting, and it's not what I'm hearing from people on the ground here in WA. It does seem a little jarring what I hear from you, given what we have.
Senator, I'm giving you evidence from what I've seen, from what my people see when they go out there regularly and they visit, from the conversations they have with the young people. Young people are telling my staff that they play up at Banksia Hill to go to Unit 18 because it's quieter and they feel safer there because it's a small cohort. And I accept that what happened in 2023 when Cleveland Dodd committed suicide is appalling and can never be allowed to stand. But I'm just giving you what we see and observe today.
Putting young people in adult prison spaces seems to me to be offensive to most of our international obligations.
I agree with that.
Yep. Commissioner?
Thank you, Senator. I have to agree, actually, with the Inspector of Custodial Services that there have been significant improvements, but we have a long way to go. And of course, that long way to go means we need to be really working on how we don't incarcerate children in the first place. Children say to me, and my Act says I must promote the voices of children and young people, and the children in detention say to me exactly what the Inspector just referred to. We'd like to go to Unit 18 because it's quieter, we get better food. The problem there is that the youth facility should be able to provide those supports. They should be able to give quiet spaces. They should be able to have those intensive one-to-one relationships, and the problem is they can't. So it's very concerning to me that we still have children in an adult prison. Nonetheless, they tell me they want to go over there. And whilst I certainly don't want to build another facility, because if you build another facility, you will fill it, there is a desperate need for such a facility, and we are on the advisory group for that facility. I also want to address the issue around the cultural security framework. We have a real problem in Australia that we are defining all children in youth justice as Aboriginal kids. Last week in detention, 38% were non-Aboriginal. 70% were on remand, so not sentenced, maybe awaiting a bail hearing. 23% are in the care of the CEO of the Department of Communities. Only 27% was sentenced. I also want to address this view that every Aboriginal child in remote communities is a problem. 71% of the children in detention last week were metro-based children and young people. Now, they may have come from other regions, but it's very stark. 38% are not Aboriginal, so we do need to remember that we've got to do something about cultural safety, religious safety, all of those things for other cultural groups.
Do you think it would be fair to say that close to 100% come from socioeconomically challenged parts of our community?
I would suggest that's pretty much on the money, Senator.
That's a commonality across.
It is a commonality across that we have. I mean, when we have 23% of the children in detention being in out-of-home care, we know there's a challenge. We know all of these children have suffered trauma of some sort or another.
Yep.
So, yes, there have been inroads, but I'm with the inspector. In my 20-odd years 25 years in WA, we saw problems with Rangeview, which was the remand facility. It was closed, and then we've seen these up and down traverses, and that means that the model of care really needs in-depth review, and that was done, and it is being implemented. I would like to see change happen a bit more quickly. There have been challenges for them in engaging some of the health services, and that's not entirely due to them. That has been a challenge with the health provider in the Aboriginal space. We still need to look at education in the facility. It is run by the department. It should be run by the Department of Education. And I know that the Commissioner has flagged with me that they're looking at how do they make that a more meaningful approach to education. They currently use the Berry Street model, but it's a little bit of this and a little bit of that.
Well, I mean, one of the things, is one of the issues that I see clearly in your submission, Inspector, is the last evidence-based clinical program to run at Banksia Hill was in 2021, yes. And there aren't education services happening on the ground in Banksia Hill, according to your submission.
There are now. At the time of my first submission to the previous inquiry, that wasn't happening, but it is now. And as the Commissioner said, that they're operating a hybrid of the Berry Street model, which is a model of education. I'm not an educator. Model of education for disengaged.
Okay, and some of that's online and some of that's in person. Is that what's happening?
Most of it is in person. Yeah, I don't think they have online within Banksia.
Okay.
It is all in person, Senator. Mm-hmm. The challenge we have is that we usually educate children by the unit in which they are located, which means it's not about ages and stages. What is it developmentally appropriate? We have some children in detention with good education that need to continue that, but we make an assumption of the lowest common denominator.
Could I ask you about numbers? The reports we were getting that I've heard is that the Supreme Court has been particularly reticent on sentencing and even on remand because they're aware of the conditions that are in the detention centres. I don't know to the extent that that's what the feedback you're getting on the ground is, but perhaps we can talk about numbers and how the conditions in the detention centres are impacting on, as far as you understand it, some of those decisions.
So the numbers actually in WA have decreased significantly over the last 8 years. So we used to be, prior to me being in the Commissioner role, around 230 on average, and we're sitting now between 70 and 100. Mm-hmm. And that changes daily, obviously, because we have children who might be brought in at 11 o'clock at night and the next morning bailed. Or if they're in out-of-home care, maybe moved to another facility. Mm-hmm. Sometimes that takes longer than I think it should to do that, especially for our young children. We've had 10-year-olds waiting for a placement out of detention. The department has, the Commissioner for Corrective Services and the Deputy Commissioner for Youth have been really engaged with my office to support children to get bail. So they might ring me and say, this child is from Geraldton, they've got a bail hearing on Tuesday, apparently there's no responsible adult, can you help? And we do, and they engage across the community in that way. The challenges we have is that the facility is old. When they damage major infrastructure, the repairs and maintenance bill goes to that rather than the upkeep of all of the units, although the current Commissioner is commencing a unit-by-unit upgrade for the centre, but that will take some time. So it's not an overcrowding problem that we've got there, it's that some of the facility is not usable. It's certainly not a therapeutic environment. It is not, you know, it's a beautiful place, and they've built a cultural space up on the hill that was built by the kids in terms of it's surrounded by bushland and it's got lawn and it's got things, but they're behind wire. They're in an old cell block with metal bars on a window and grey walls and furniture bolted to the floor. This is not what we would call a place for children at any point. If we did that as a parent, they'd remove our child from our care. And what we need to do is have a facility that is therapeutic and that has a really good through care approach to prevent children returning.
Now, you may not be able, given your statutory positions, you may have some restrictions on the extent to which you feel able to talk about statutory reforms, legislative reforms. If so, let me know. But one of the things we're hearing consistently from submissions across the entire country is a call for national minimum standards to be established by the Commonwealth to do basic things like prohibit torture, prohibit the use of spit hoods, prohibit the use of isolation. That's an almost uniform call that we're hearing from the submissions. Do either of you have a position about national standards, minimum standards?
Absolutely. The Australian Youth Justice Administrators actually have a document that is around minimum standards that is signed by bureaucrats and is being reviewed again at the moment. The last review, they certainly didn't reach out to me to get information. I'm not sure if they reached out to the inspector. Nonetheless, they're classed as nice to have.
Yeah.
Rather than this is a mandatory requirement. National minimum standards, I believe, would go a long way to ensuring that we were caring for children who desperately need that care. We know there's enough evidence about what doesn't work, but we know that the majority of children and young people in detention suffer from neurodivergent issues or cognitive impairment, developmental delay, and not being able to get access to those right services. National minimum standards, in my view, would be a marvellous starting point. Getting agreement nationally? May not.
Well, I don't know if we would, if they're going to be meaningful, well, then they're going to have to put pressure on certain jurisdictions to radically lift their standards, and there may be a time frame in which they're implemented. But if we're waiting for consensus, we'll never get national minimum standards because, you know, jurisdictions, let's be clear, like Queensland, the Northern Territory and probably WA will be resistant to national standards. And sometimes the Commonwealth should lead.
Yes, I agree. And I think this is a state of crisis for our children in Australia at the moment. Northern Territory have just revoked and can now use spit hoods again. They lowered the minimum age of criminal responsibility again. Queensland, adult time, adult crime. There's no such thing as an adult crime.
Sorry, can I just clarify through the chair that spit hoods have been banned in youth facilities since 2016? Is that correct, Commissioner?
We don't use them in Western Australia, but the Northern Territory does.
I was clarifying West Australian arm of that. So just for the purposes of the committee and in relation to Western Australia, that spit hoods are banned in youth justice facilities and detention.
That's my understanding.
Since 2016. Is
I'm
that
not
correct?
sure of the date.
Yep. Thank you.
Well, but I think they are used by WA Police.
I'm not aware of that being the case, and nothing's been brought to my attention about that. I'd have to say WA Police are usually, I mean, I watch them outside my window every day, and there's lots of days I go down and intervene, but I've seen 3 wonderful acts by WA Police with young people in the last 7 days, so I was delighted, to say the least.
I'm going on. My last knowledge I had was a statement by the WA Police Commissioner in April 2023 where they said they reserve the right to use them.
And I'm not aware of them being used.
Okay. Good.
So, Senator, if I could just add on your question about standards, I think a set of national standards would be beneficial. They would have, in effect, codified many of the requirements under the international human rights instruments. As you said, enforcement and consensus would be difficult and challenging, but I don't think it's beyond us. And I think there's some really important considerations. Uniform standards means uniform benchmarks, means transparency, and it means different jurisdictions can be held to account. So a child in Western Australia shouldn't be treated differently to a child in New South Wales or Queensland or Northern Territory. So a set of minimum standards, I think, would be a positive step forward, so that would be my response, I suppose, on that. The question of enforceability will be a vexed one. You know, how do you enforce? But I guess that's where organisations like mine and the commissioners and the work that you do in committee is the means by which jurisdictions would be held to account.
Well, you could potentially give an enforceable civil right for the people who are being tortured.
Of course.
Or abused.
A civil remedy, yes.
Put into isolation.
Yes.
And perhaps even give the power to a federal court to issue writs or writ-like remedies to address any state or territory government that thinks it's okay to torture kids.
Yeah. Of course, yes.
Yeah. And I just note that I'm just double checking on the spit hoods. I think your office did a report on the continued use of spit hoods in the WA Department of Justice as recently as 2020. And you pointed out that the use of spit hoods in that period had increased from 5 incidences in 2016 to 22 in 2020. Those were in the adult space.
Which report are you referring to, sorry, Senator?
A report by the Office of the Inspector of Custodial Services in 2020 about the use of force report.
Oh, use of force, of course, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm off the top of my head, I'm not across that level of detail, but that report was looking at the whole gambit of use of force.
But it just seems contrary to the idea they were banned in 2016 if you're writing a report talking about their use in 2020.
Yep, but were we not, is that talking about youth specifically?
These appear to be adult instances, but is there a statutory ban on using them for kids?
No, not that I'm aware of, no.
Sorry, I think there is a statutory ban on using them for children, but not for adults.
Okay. Well, perhaps you could, on notice, Inspector, maybe provide us what's your understanding of the current, what use of force is permitted under statute and under policy in children in youth detention facilities. Would you be able to?
I'm wondering if that might be a question better aimed at the Department of Justice.
Do you do regular use of force reports?
No, that was a thematic review that we did at that point in time, okay. But there's not an oversight of particular incidents.
All right.
I mean, I can undertake to try and provide that information to
If you could, that would be great.
Might share the calls on there, Senator Shoebridge. Senator Cox.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner and Inspector, for appearing today and to acknowledge the amazing work that both of you continue to do in our great state of Western Australia. I'm really curious, in your submissions that you both made, the role that you think the Commonwealth can best play in supporting better outcomes, particularly for First Nations children in the youth justice system here in Western Australia.
Well, I might go first because I'll have less to say than my good friend, the Commissioner. I think it's really important that the Commonwealth lead on things like the minimum age of criminal responsibility. That should be 14. I think the international consensus is 14. I think it's really important that the Commonwealth lead on implementation of OPCAT, the optional protocol of the Convention Against Torture. I think we're overdue on implementing that, and it's piecemeal around different jurisdictions, and that really needs to be established because that's a really important oversight mechanism that requires oversight in every jurisdiction. There is oversight in some jurisdictions, but not in others. And as Senator Shoebridge said earlier, it is to a minimum standard and it has UN oversight, so that's really important. They're the 2 points that I would make.
Thank you.
Well, there's a lot the Commonwealth can do in my view. And I think we could start with the fact, for example, that some of the standing committees, so the Standing Committee of Attorneys General and others, have long had these discussions, and then there isn't a cohesive agreement. And we know that the Federation is a challenge. But constitutionally, there are powers the Commonwealth could use. And I think also the Commonwealth has other levers around tied funding, such as they do with hospital funding, etc. The other big thing that could be done is to embed into Commonwealth legislation the Beijing rules, the Paris Principles, the Bangkok rules, the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, the United Nations Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. While they are not in legislation, there is no requirement to comply. And as we know, all jurisdictions have signed up to this, and we heard tragically but accurately from the Commissioner during Master Dodd, rest in peace, inquest, that they are not bound by the Convention on the Rights of the Child and other human rights instruments. While we don't enact them into legislation, that is correct. If we enact them into Commonwealth legislation in the absence of state legislation, they become the riding legislation. That could be done really quickly. We can get lots of things into legislation really quickly in Australia. We've seen that. The other thing around, particularly in relation to Aboriginal children, and this is not specific to WA, but if you look at the crisis in the Northern Territory, the Commonwealth actually has responsibility over matters relating to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people because they are a territory, not a state. And they could easily step in and take some of that responsibility to return dignity, safety and support for our children.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just want to pick up on one theme that you mentioned during the previous question from Senator Shoebridge in relation to health services. And I just want to read into the Hansard the last communique from SCAG on the 27th of February around the participants closing the gap. I'm happy to table this to the committee as well. It is public communique in relation to some of the things that SCAG participants had discussed, and they were some of the opportunities to support further National Justice Reinvestment Program, the agreed by all participants that each jurisdiction will work with health ministers to contribute to the development of the implementation strategy on the National Review of First Nations Healthcare in Prisons, which comes from 23-24. These are notable things in which the government, the Albanese Labor government, are now looking to do via SCAG. Are there any further things? I know that you mentioned education, but health services in relation specifically to youth justice detention centres in Western Australia that would require us to look at that review around healthcare specific to those youth justice facilities?
Yes. So the department is working collaboratively with the Aboriginal Health Council of WA, so that we can get culturally secure, safe and supportive models of care, particularly the social and emotional wellbeing model, into the youth facilities in WA. And there have been some hiccups, but as I said, that's not just on the part of the department.
Yeah. Was that part of the Marnie review?
Not necessarily part of the Marnie review, but it was a recommendation that they look at alternative pathways for health provision into the youth detention facilities.
Okay. Commissioner, you mentioned in your submission the Diagram Foundation model from Spain.
Yes.
Can you expand for us on the model so that the committee has a bit more understanding of that and how the government could adopt this program appropriately in Australia?
So in many European and Scandinavian countries we have similar models, but the model in Spain is predominantly about how we support children in the community rather than having detention. It is about having that system approach to each individual child. And so whilst we support a lot of the programs that are being run, whether it's by Murra Warra Warra in Fitzroy Crossing or Maranguka in New South Wales, what we need is a system approach to reform, because this is not about a child's criminality, this is about a child's development. So one of the models in Spain is smaller, community-based approaches, welcoming spaces, individual plans that are very clear about the needs, the background, the triggers, all of those things, rather than focusing on the symptoms of the needs, which is what we do in Australia. We focus on the behaviour of the children rather than what caused the behaviour. We focus on their, particularly if there's an incident, we focus on what the child has done wrong rather than what the child needs to be supported to do the right thing. So one of the things that as commissioners, and particularly myself, I am a bit over, let's pay another program, do another this, we'll have another pilot, we'll have another trial. We know the evidence is clear from around the world about what works and what doesn't work. Let's reform the whole of system to support children and their families so we don't need detention facilities. Let's stop funding the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff.
We should have a 10-year prohibition on pilot programs in this space, literally, because they're often used to distract from systemic changes.
And the development of strategies, Senator, without an implementation plan.
So that goes to the, I just want to go back to some of the statistics that you gave us in your opening evidence around the largest percentage of these are children, 71% metropolitan-based children in detention. 70% of those on remand, 38% non-Indigenous kids, 23% are in the care of the CEO, child protection. In my experience, lots of those children have been in the system for quite a long period of time in out-of-home care. Lots of them frequent the North Beach streets and some of our suburbs and are without a responsible adult and come into the system through different pathways. If we are to do that systems-based approach, from a therapeutic point of view and also from a strengths point of view, what does that look like when we are talking about developmental-based approaches that don't focus on criminality?
So the first thing is those children who we see in Northbridge or end up in detention that are in the care of the CEO may be in relative care or kinship care or foster care or resi care. So the challenge is around the supports provided to those carers to adequately care for those children and their needs. How we prioritise them for health checks. And we've got a pilot, the Health Navigator pilot in Western Australia, which is the first of its kind in Australia, which is about prioritising children coming into care for health checks and getting their health needs sorted. That needs to actually be a standardised approach. We need to be able to get them assessed. We need to make sure they're having their healthcare checks. Today I'm tabling the profile report, which shows we've had a huge decrease in the number of children having their 2-year-old health check. That is also the same for children in out-of-home care. But what we often do, it would appear, is that particularly where we put children into relative or kinship care, is almost say, well, they're not, the family's looking after them now. And we don't support the family for children with high needs who've suffered trauma just by being removed in the first place. So we do actually, when we talk about system reform, need a holistic approach to working with children and families at the first sign that there's a challenge. So if mum isn't turning up with kids to health checks, how do we reach out to mum and ask her if she needs some support? If children have stopped engaging in school or didn't start school, how do we reach out to mum and dad and say, what can we do to help you with your children? Rather than, we'll fine the parents for not sending them to school. Well, most of these parents are living in poverty. And we have abject poverty in Western Australia, one of the richest states in one of the richest nations in the world. And children in the Pilbara say to me, look at all that money that leaves and what have we got? And we do have to, these children will be the people sitting here in 20 years. If we, as a community, care for our children. And so it does need whole of system reform. It needs us to reach in when we see people not engaging.
So I just want to clarify, Commissioner, that it's not just about systemic reform in the justice system. We're talking about a much broader, holistic system. We are talking about not just health services, but we're talking about education, we're talking about disability, we're talking about housing, we're talking about all of it, the whole gamut, in a way of reform to look at prevention is what I'm hearing. I don't want to verbal you, but you know, from what I'm gathering, you're saying is this must be much broader than that. But we do know that from and I know that we'll have that further conversation with other panels in the proceedings of today, but that some of the research indicates a higher rate of children who are incarcerated or in detention who do have rates of disability undiagnosed, and that as our government embark on some reform in some of those key areas, particularly around thriving kids, that the importance of that is critical.
It is absolutely critical. We've got evidence, again, coming out the wazoo about the need for us to have a real focus on holistic approaches to child and family wellbeing. I've been advocating in WA since I became Commissioner for us to have a comprehensive child and family wellbeing strategy. we know about the social determinants of well-being. You can't be well if you haven't got a house, and you can't pay the rent if you haven't got a job, and you can't get a job if you haven't got an education. The undiagnosed rates of disability are huge nationally, but certainly in Western Australia we've had a very difficult time in managing to have sufficient people in the Child Development Service for a whole range of reasons. Psychs and other things are like hen's teeth across the world. Nonetheless, we cannot send a child's head off to a psych and a leg off to the ED and another leg to school and another leg into the justice system and think that we can do this individually. We have to have the whole child at the centre of everything we do.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Thank you very much, Senator Cox. And I just have a few questions, and I might start where you sort of finished off with Senator Cox. And we heard evidence yesterday in Melbourne, this sort of, whole of system approach, and the reform has got to be, I guess it's that early intervention piece. The undiagnosed, I guess, mental health issues, even physical, and for some kids it's even going into learning challenges that they might have, and they are very good at masking and hiding. And it might, perpetuate itself through disruptive behaviour. For some of them, they will use, and we heard, drugs and alcohol to self-medicate. I guess here in WA, for those children that are either in youth incarceration, are they still getting access to health? So is the government taking that opportunity here to diagnose some of these kids while they are in custody?
Yes, they are.
They are?
And you'll hear that from the Kids Research Institute this afternoon.
Okay.
They can give you all the detail. The problem is, if we're not diagnosing early,
Yeah.
and particularly, for example, in the autism, FASD and global developmental delay areas, then the challenges are far greater. So if a child's missing their 2-year-old health check and they need grommets and we don't know that, and then they have hearing challenges and then they run amok because they can't hear in class and those sorts of things. But we also know that for children and young people on the spectrum, be it ASD or be it FASD, that if that's found early intervention of things like physiotherapy and speech therapy and showing parents how to deliver those therapies gives that child a much better start in life. And so, yes, we are starting to diagnose, but we need to be doing this way earlier.
Yeah. So, and some of them suggested through the school system that could actually be, kids are all expected to go to school, that we could perhaps use schools as that hub. In terms of the children that are under the care of the CEO here in WA, do you have a number for how many kids are actually under state awards of the state?
5,789 as at the end of June last year.
Okay.
And 60.3% of those children were Aboriginal.
60.3. And how many of those have, and you may not have this on you, brush-ins with the youth justice?
Don't have that data.
Don't have that. Is that possible to provide on notice in terms of?
I think you'd have to ask the Department of Communities.
Okay, you're not tracking that as?
We don't get that data, no.
Yeah. Okay. And you were talking about 38% of children incarcerated here in WA. 38% are non-Aboriginal.
Correct.
What's the makeup then of the 62% in terms of are there cohorts of multicultural backgrounds as well in that you're finding here in WA?
So one of the things that is challenging is that the system only asks you if you're Aboriginal or non-Aboriginal.
Okay.
And that's the data that's provided to me. But when I visit out there, I occasionally see African diaspora children. I have seen some of the Southeast Asian diaspora children. They're not huge in numbers, but that's one of the other challenges in making sure that their rights are upheld for the right to practice their culture and their religion. And for some of those groups, that means different diets, all sorts of things.
It does. So I guess, Inspector, for you, are you seeing that makeup within youth detention centres or youth detention centre in WA? Are you seeing?
Yeah, we are.
As quite a diverse.
In very small numbers. The focus largely, and rightly, I think, is often on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander young people.
Yep.
But we do see, in small numbers, young people with a variety of backgrounds, like the Commissioner just mentioned.
Okay.
And what traditionally seems to happen is they get brought into the programs that are being provided for First Nations young people.
Okay.
Because at their core those programs are beneficial, but they're not specific. So they're not about young Muslim children, for example, that and their responsibilities under their faith and those sorts of things.
In terms of children that are incarcerated, and I'm not sure if either of you will have this, do you look at the literacy rates of those that are in detention?
No, not specifically,
Okay.
but through the work that I've done over the years at Banksia Hill and spending time talking to the education leaders there, they do a literary assessment. So that is probably information that the department may have, but they often talk about a level of literacy on entry, and for young people who have been there for several months, say on a sentence 6 or 9 months, if they engage in education, they know a noticeable increase or improvement in their literacy. But part of my response there talked about the length of time. The average length of time for young people in detention is about 30 or 40 days.
Yeah.
So it's a minimal time to influence education, influence mental health, undertake diagnostic assessments, and on that, one of the positive pieces, I guess, is there's Child and Adolescent Forensic Mental Health Service has an in-reach service into Banksia Hill,
Okay.
and they're undertaking preliminary assessments and diagnosis. So in other words, they're identifying kids who potentially have an impairment and then referring them for a more comprehensive assessment that might result in a diagnosis. But then there's the through care. So they're getting referred to the community providers who will carry on that. So that's a good example of what you were talking about earlier, and Senator Cox was talking about earlier. If you focus just on youth detention, you're focusing on a small, very small part of the overall problem. The problem is much bigger. You've got to, as the Commissioner said, you've got to address disadvantage, social disadvantage, the drivers behind kids finishing up in detention, and then you've got to if you do that, you then got to look at the supports post detention, because it's the recidivism rates in the 60%. It's a bit of a revolving door.
Okay.
You can run good programs, but if you don't have good support on release, and this applies to adults as much as young people, it's almost wasted.
Yeah. Yeah, and we heard evidence of that. I think in Victoria it's 84% end up back in the system. So
it could well be that number here. 60% comes to mind.
I think one of the challenges is because through care, the caseworker may say, right, we'll enrol you in school. And it might be the school you went to previously and you might have had a bad experience and you're not going to turn up.
Yeah.
Or they've enrolled you in school and no one comes and picks you up and takes you and supports you, so you don't go. One of the things that has been a positive here is that they are moving have moved community corrections for children and young people into the Youth Directorate to try and provide that much better pathway and through care approach.
Okay.
We've also been engaging heavily, and this is around education post-incarceration, with care schools who have a model that is much more suited to children and young people with challenges, because they are smaller class sizes, they are a quieter environment. They are individually focused on those students. Now, some of those schools do an amazing job, some not as well as others. But we have some great care schools in WA, and they are working closely now with the department on how we support, particularly given 71% of children are metro-based, how we support them going into those environments and give them the support to engage in the health appointments and everything else that might be arranged or organised as part of their release, rather than just leaving it up to the child.
And I will sort of start wrapping up, but I guess the last question is, in terms of exploitation of children, and this is certainly something that we've sort of seen in the evidence, is that there are sometimes grown-ups who are exploiting children to go out and commit crimes, whether that's home invasion, whether that's on tobacco shops, whatever that might be. Are you seeing that same sort of exploitation where it's not necessarily these kids that are, it's not just a one kid acting on their own, that they're actually being exploited by?
There are cases, but I don't think we've done enough review into that.
Okay.
There was a case that comes to mind in Rockingham about 18 months ago where an adult was charged and incarcerated for getting a child to go and beat someone up in a vehicle so they could steal the vehicle.
Yeah, okay.
That wasn't an Aboriginal person, by the way, but yes, we know that potentially that occurs, particularly in the alcohol and other drug space. We see that they are providing drugs and alcohol for children, and then for children to be able to buy it, they've got to be the seller.
Yeah. Yeah. Excellent.
There's probably an element of influence from older peers as well.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Older siblings or people that the younger kids move with. So it's this kind of learning from.
Yeah.
And I don't have data on it, and it's not something we've looked at, but I'd be stunned if there wasn't an element, the premise of your question, of adult influence. And that could be adults at 18 or 19.
Yes. Yes.
I think the other thing, though, too, sometimes we jump to conclusions. So we recently had an incident in the Kimberley where there was a carload of children and young people who chased a police car in the stolen car, and the youngest person was 10. Now, the safest place for that child that night might have been with their older sibling, and then their older sibling decided to steal a car. It wasn't a choice of a child, but they may not have been safe at home, and they certainly aren't safe on the streets. And so, by virtue of the fact that their safety is their older sibling, they're involved in crime.
Yeah. And that's really interesting. And we had a magistrate give evidence yesterday and basically said, for law enforcement, or for the judicial system, it's, do I let you go back on the street, which isn't safe, or do I incarcerate you, which is also not that safe? So it's a lot of these children have bad choices, and then they interact with the justice system, which also is full of bad choices.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And because a high number of children have cognitive impairment or other disability, and the fact that they're under 14, but neurodevelopmental processes mean that they don't actually have the ability to assess action and consequence.
Yeah.
Or safety.
Or
Yeah,
risk.
Safety and risk.
Safety.
Yeah.
So how do you know what safe is if you've never had safety?
Yeah.
That's correct.
That's a really good point. Thank you both so much for appearing and giving evidence. We really appreciate it. And we will certainly look back around if there is anything that the committee wants to explore any further. But we really do appreciate you taking the time to give us your submissions and to come here and be a voice for young people. So thank you.
And can I just, for the record, we particularly appreciate it because repeated requests to the department, the WA Department of Justice here, have been rejected. And I think that's a very unfortunate decision for them not to engage in a national inquiry. So I particularly thank both of you for turning up.
I just have a procedural question in relation to Senator Shoebridge's request for some additional information.
Yep.
Will that come officially in writing to? Okay, lovely. I don't. I was scrambling notes
I
to.
think the date that we've set is the
No, that's fine.
30th or 31st. I can't remember it off the top of my head, but yes, you'll have some time to do it.
It'll come to you in a digestible and
Yes.
more intelligent manner than
Yeah.
how it happened when I asked it. Yeah, yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you both.
Thank you both.
And we will just suspend Thank you. So I now welcome representatives from the Aboriginal Health Council of Western Australia, NOFASD, and I'm sure there's a better way for me to say that, Australia, and Justice Health Group. Thank you all for taking the time to come in and speak with the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, I'll get you all to each state your full name and the capacity in which you are appearing. And we might start with Dr. Kinner and work our way down.
Thank you. Professor Stuart Kinner, Head of the Justice Health Group at Curtin University and Murdoch Children's Research Institute.
Hi, I'm Chad Stewart. I'm the CEO of the Council of Aboriginal Services of Western Australia.
Amanda Collins-Clinch, Exec Manager, Office of the CEO for the Aboriginal Health Council of WA and currently Acting CEO as well.
Good morning. I'm Claudia Shenton, Principal Policy and Strategy Manager at ACRA.
And then do we have Miss Gray and Miss Harrington on via teleconference? Perhaps Miss Gray, you could go first.
Yes, thank you. So it's Louise Gray, and I'm the Specialist Advisor to NOFASD Australia.
Thank you. And then Miss Harrington.
No, I'm representing,
you're representing both?
NOFASD, yes.
No, all good. Thank you very much. And I'm assuming there's no one else online that we have missed. So thank you all again, and apologies for keeping you waiting. Do any of you have opening statements that you would like to make? Yes. Can I ask you all to keep them to 2 minutes if we can? If it's possible and you prefer to table them, please do, because it just means we've got more time for questions. So what we might do is, Ms. Gray, we might start with you online because it's always harder to...
Yes, I'm hearing every word I say, so that's really hard. But anyway, well, thank you very much for the opportunity to appear at the inquiry. And I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians, and I feel that colonial history and the harms done have brought some of us here today, and I feel that as a nation we know better and we should do better, particularly in regard to over-representation by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders in custody. I appear on behalf of the National Organisation for Fetal Alcohol Spectrum Disorder, NOFASD Australia, and so we've been established for 25 years. We were the first dedicated FASD organisation in Australia, and we operate a national helpline service, and we also deliver training to youth justice and adult custodial officers in the WA justice system, and also in other places in Australia. So this work does act as a front line for FASD. FASD has one cause, which is prenatal alcohol exposure, and the numbers that go with that are disturbing. Young people with FASD are 19 times more likely to be incarcerated than their peers. And very conservative national prevalence has been recently published in Australia at 3.64% of the general population. But amongst young people in detention, the very, very conservative estimate is 1/3 of the population. So if we don't acknowledge the presence of FASD amongst youth in custody and youth who are justice involved, the alarming statistics which bring us here today are unlikely to improve. Over the past 2 decades, there has been some progress led significantly by the Commonwealth Government through a series of strategic action plans, but there's a long way to go. The 200 submissions that this inquiry received, I think, do contain essential information. And in the interests of our precious time, resources, the takeaway messages for this committee are that Australia is not complying with the United Nations human rights obligations in regard to youth custody practices, And we surely don't want to be the country that doesn't comply. I don't think anyone looks at what Australia does and thinks that this is a good look. I do think that national leadership is needed to support and enable all state jurisdictions, because it is the states who have responsibility for youth in custody, because we should be meeting at the minimum and exceeding international obligations. Number two, mandatory screening of justice-involved young people is essential. There is another whole inquiry sitting behind this statement, which relates to the role of child protection accountabilities across the states, all of the states of Australia. But for this remit, thorough screening must be done as an essential step to prevent us having to meet here again in 5 years or whenever it happens again. And then with screening and proper diagnosis, disability accommodations can be made and strengths can be identified. So I'm hoping that time is okay. But I'll stop there. I could keep going. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Ms Gray. And then what we might do is, Dr Kinner, we might start with you and then move our way down the table.
Sure, thank you. I want to start by acknowledging that we're on Wajak Budja and pay respects to elders past and present. If I can table my opening remarks that I was intending to go through, I will do that to save everyone time, and instead I'll just offer a very quick preface to make the point that the criminal justice system and the youth justice system is an instance of that, functions as a filter for marginalised and unwell young people, and therefore we end up with this extraordinary concentration of complex health needs among children moving through the criminal justice system. Now, unfortunately, our response to that is woefully inadequate. I can go into some of the ways in which we can improve that. There are certainly many opportunities for us to do better. Some shifts afoot that I hopefully will talk about today. But in the interest of time, I'll just suggest to you that this is a highly politicised space, but it's worth doing better in this respect for 4 reasons. The first that we've heard about is human rights. Children in detention retain all of their human rights. The second is health equity and public health, and that includes closing the gap, given that Indigenous children are 28 times more likely than non-Indigenous children to be in detention. Having poor quality, inadequate healthcare in detention is increasing the gap. The third reason is that we know that doing better to respond to the health and well-being needs of these children has the collateral benefit of reducing reoffending. So even though I would suggest that their health and well-being is inherently important, there's a collateral benefit for the criminal justice system. And the last is that work that our group is doing is showing the extraordinary whole of government costs that are incurred by picking up the pieces of the poor outcomes that we see among children released from youth detention. Extraordinarily high rates of homelessness, very poor engagement with education and employment, extraordinarily high rates of churn through emergency departments for preventable acute health problems. So we can do better, and everyone stands to benefit if we do better.
Thank you very much. Mr Stewart.
I'll also table our opening comments, but just want to acknowledge as a Noongar man myself that I'm on Wajak Budja and pay respect to my elders further south. The key message really from us is that Aboriginal community control solutions aren't optional, they're overdue. We know from the work we've done, particularly in relation to the cultural security framework that we've been working on with youth justice, and I have copies for your review, is that Aboriginal culture is a protective factor, that whilst it was born out of a crisis, you know, the engagement of late between the Aboriginal community control sector and youth justice has bared fruit in terms of developing an Aboriginal cultural security framework and a model of care, and also we have seen, you know, decreasing rates in relation to youth justice, particularly for Aboriginal children in Western Australia. This really goes to paint a stark contrast to the way things were only a few short years ago, and really it's around the engagement with Aboriginal community controlled organisations. It's being able to share data, it's being able to engage with children, young people, elders, and also service providers and Aboriginal staff to ensure there's a culturally secure approach. More broadly, it's really youth justice can't be tackled without looking at disability services and also child protection. We know the intersection there is stark, and we also know that the opportunities for reform really in bail and remand, there's key opportunities there, and for engaging Aboriginal community-controlled organisations right throughout the child's journey. But the more we overcome the statutory sort of barriers between Child Protection Services and also in WA, that's the Children and Community Services Act and the Young Offenders Act, to be able to work upstream and for departments to not revert to their statutory obligations without tackling those upstream factors. That's where we're going to continue to run into issues and working off the goodwill of individuals and leaders as opposed to more systemic responses. But yeah, that's the narrative. Aboriginal community-controlled organisations being engaged, sharing the journey with Aboriginal leadership is the way that you can see some tangible results to try and shift the dial.
Fantastic, thank you. Ms. Collins-Clinch?
Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge Wajak Noongar Budja and elders past, present and emerging leaders as well. Chair and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. Our core message today is simple: Aboriginal children in detention are children first. Many have experienced trauma, racism, poverty, family disruption, child protection involvement, educational disengagement, developmental vulnerability and unmet health needs long before they enter the justice system. Too often the current system responds to these children through punishment, containment and disconnection rather than healing, support and culturally safe care. We are also deeply concerned that the system remains poorly aligned to the health and developmental profile of the children it detains. Evidence cited in our submission shows that 89% of young people in Banksia Hill had at least one domain of severe neurodevelopmental impairment, and that the prevalence of fetal alcohol spectrum disorder in that youth justice setting was 36%. These are not children whose needs can be met by punitive settings or institutional control alone. ACWA's position is that reform must go beyond criticism of individual facilities. It must include raising the age of criminal responsibility to 14, ending the use of adult prison settings for children, investing in Aboriginal community-controlled prevention, diversion and non-country alternatives, partnering with ACWA to provide culturally safe healthcare and developmental responses, and improving continuity of care from custody back to community. ACWA remains committed to working collaboratively on reform, but collaboration must be genuine, structured and resourced. Aboriginal organisations cannot continue to be invited in after systems have already failed children. They must be part of the design, delivery and oversight from the beginning. Thank you very much.
Fantastic, thank you. And I'm assuming you're from the same organisation, you don't have a separate. Fantastic. What we will do now is we will go into questions, and so I will give the call to Senator Cox.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for appearing today, and just want to acknowledge all the great work that you continue to do for our young people, children and our communities. Can I start with Mr Stewart in Council of Aboriginal Services for WA? Can you tell us what change we would need to make to ensure that our Aboriginal community-controlled organisations are leading some of the early intervention and diversion for Aboriginal people, young people in WA?
I think looking to other states and territories, I think they're up front in terms of bail decisions. Obviously, a lot of children within youth detention, particularly Aboriginal children, there because they're on remand. So those bail decisions right at the start, the decisions made by the police in those early days, I think they're crucial, and that's one of the areas. A safe place to bail is really important, and we've seen in other jurisdictions where having Aboriginal community-controlled organisations involved right up front, where there's not seen to be a safe place for the young person to be bailed, is one of the core reasons why we're seeing those remand numbers in youth detention. The other is really around having access right through the journey and the care planning, so to speak, right from day zero, and that's one thing that was focused on in the cultural security framework, was around that sort of leaving care. Sorry, I come from a child protection background as well, so that sort of leaving the youth estate and planning for their future path is incredibly important, and engaging Aboriginal community-controlled organisations throughout that journey from the get-go helps also in terms of for hope in inspiring the young people within to know that there's care on the outside. But I think the more that Aboriginal community control organisations are procured to engage in terms of rehab and reintegration services, the more they're engaged at the front end in terms of those bail decisions, the more chance we have of reducing the remand rates, but then also having less chance of recidivism.
Great, thank you. And I suppose that is consistent with some of the things that our government are currently doing, particularly through our First Nations, the Minister for Indigenous Australians, Minister McCarthy and Minister Butler, in the way that they are working across to NACCHO, and our investment of $450 million across jurisdictions around the joint response in health reform that we are doing, and the most recent communique from our health ministers in the 13th of February, talking specifically around the need for healthcare and Aboriginal community controlled services in relation to that, and I look forward to seeing a response to that. So if I can go to Aqua now, where would you like to see additional investment to have the greatest impact for reducing First Nations youth entering detention?
I think if the goal is safe reintegration of those kids, additional investment needs to be targeted to arches to plan for the release of those kids and into the community and support the community to make this reintegration successful. Because I think the last thing that we want to see is children being released without, any support and any planning, and then them entering or re-entering the justice system again. So I think if additional investment can be targeted to arches to kind of support that planning and through care from the beginning, I think that would be a good starting point.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that, Mr. Stewart, you were tabling that cultural security framework for the committee's purposes. Yeah, thank you. Can I go to Ms. Harrington? In your submission, you outlined the Australian FASD Indigenous Framework. Can you explain the importance of that and give us a bit more information?
Yes, it's actually Louise Gray here, so I'm here on behalf of Sophie Harrington and No FASD Australia. The Indigenous framework was part of a bigger picture of work which was done to review and I guess better extend the Australian National Diagnostic Framework for FASD. So the Indigenous framework provides a lot more cultural security. It provides a background that's relevant to providers of Aboriginal services. It's got some contextual history around why the prevalence of FASD tends to be perceived to be higher in Indigenous communities, and the point should be made that FASD occurs wherever alcohol is consumed, but the effects of colonisation and really all of the other types of issues that every speaker has touched on are factored into the way that the framework is worded. So it's an important piece of documentation, and I'm not sure whether we did actually table it in a submission or whether you want me to do that, but I absolutely will, because it's very relevant in the context of this inquiry.
Yeah, I think it was only referenced, Ms. Gray, but yes, if you could table it, that would be really helpful.
Yes, it's easily found, but I can make sure that you've got it, because you've got over 200 things to deal with and some of the submissions are large, so happy to do that.
Great. And also, while I've got you, can you, in your submission, you've highlighted some strong outcomes from the Kimberley Juvenile Justice Strategy. You've also referenced the Tiwi Islands Youth Diversion Unit, but I'm more interested in the Kimberley element of that. Can you give us some more insight about these programs and what you think made those programs so effective?
They weren't programs that we led, so it's not really, I don't think I'm comfortable sort of speaking about those, but the point that we're making is that there are good solutions and recognition. Some of the, it's a little bit hard for me to hear the names of the groups who were there, but certainly there's Aboriginal speakers, and the Archos and Nacho have a significant role in the sorts of projects and approaches that could be done for FASD.
That's great. Thank you, Ms. Gray. It was the Kimberley and the Tiwi Islands ones, just for your reference, but I'm really happy to, some of the evidence we've heard, if there's any further commentary from Ms. Collins-Clinch or Mr. Stewart as well, that they would want to make around some of the key principles in that, around what makes these programs so successful. I know you've said reference Aboriginal community control, but are there any other elements that you would like to see included?
I think there's the working from a strengths-based approach. One of the key things that came up when we were working on the cultural safety framework, talking to the young people, was around, obviously having culture at centre, but the safety and belonging, holistic therapeutic care. But also one of the key principles that came up was around love, which I've never actually seen in a framework before, but it was a real core focus around love and connection, love and safety, which you probably wouldn't have seen in a youth justice framework or a corrective services framework in the past. So, but I think having those sort of core elements around truth-telling, but that planning for release, but not just release, planning for post, with hope and resilience.
That's great. Mr. Kinner, or Dr. Kinner, I've saved you for last. Our government in particular have been doing some work and now have secured through SCAG and through our work in the Health Ministers Forum the commitment to work across jurisdictions on this issue. Have you got any insights in relation to the Justice Health Groups work? I know that there are operating models, whether it be Wananga in the ACT around multidisciplinary teams. Are there any insights that you would point to in particular that one we could learn from, but also that we could raise up to be best practice and start looking further into their implementation here in Western Australia?
Sure, thank you for that question. And yes, so the committee's, I'm sure, aware that KPMG is currently doing a lap around the country consulting around models of care for First Nations peoples in custody. And it's very interesting to reflect on that and where things are going well and badly. As you're no doubt aware, Wananga Nimijaya and the ACT is running a parallel service, and there have been some positive outcomes from that, but it's obviously suboptimal. And just from a real practical perspective, sharing of information, not only between now ACT Health and Wananga, but between those two organisations and corrective services is challenging. I obviously can't speak for any organisation, but we had the opportunity to work with Janilla Dilba up in Dondale a number of years ago, and it's my observation that a challenge there was that we had a Department of Justice commissioning an ARCHO to deliver healthcare, and the unfortunate consequence of that is that you don't have a sharing of power. It seems to me that the optimal model will be one where there's a sharing of power and co-design of a genuinely therapeutic environment, noting that it's an environment which young people pass through for a median of 6 days. And so coming back to what my colleagues have said over here, we need to stop thinking about what we do for children in detention and rather thinking about it as the thing that happens to children, and how do we provide continuous culturally safe support for those young people in the longer term.
That's great. Thank you. Mr. Stewart, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, sorry, if I may, putting hands up that can't be seen. When you're recording, as Dr. Stewart has said as well, in WA it's obviously a little bit different with the jurisdictions and health being run by corrective services, and they're the first or Department of Justice, and they're the first to tell you that in an ideal world, Department of Health would be the ones providing those health services. So I think this is a broader issue than particularly just for Aboriginal kids in youth detention, but right across the custodial estate, is that being able to attract the best and brightest and pay them well, but then also knowing when you're engaging in these partnership agreements, whether you're contracting to Aboriginal community controlled organisations, you need to be speaking the same language in terms of clinical governance, health information sharing, that sort of thing. So that's one vagary of the West Australian system compared to other states and territories.
And sorry, if I may quickly add to that, I just came back from Canada last week where they transitioned healthcare in prisons from the Department of Justice to the Department of Health, and they saw a 54% reduction in deaths after release from custody. And there's multiple reasons for that, but that's a very concrete outcome. We know that in Australia, children released from detention die at 6.3 times the rate of children in the community. That's a 530% increase in deaths. So these things can make a really meaningful, concrete difference in outcomes for these children.
Yeah, that's great. I'm sure if you've got a contact for the committee, we may want to hear directly from our Canadian counterparts and in the impact of that and how they made that happen, because that is quite a significant shift. So thank you, Dr. Kinner, for that. That's all from me too.
Thank you very much. And I might just pick up some of what you've sort of led into there. We've heard a lot of evidence, and in the submissions, just how important the health of these young people are. So in terms of, so for us, federally, how can we better coordinate? So in terms of what recommendations can we make as a Senate inquiry that could actually make a real difference? So is that things like, do we have a national minimum standard? So there are health checks on the way in, and I know that that's getting the kids when they're in detention, and we want to try and have interventions, but just in terms of things we can do now, what would be your, here's what we should do?
Thank you very much. So what gets counted gets done. So we need proper scrutiny. So we worked with the AHW to develop a data asset for piloting, monitoring of health care and health outcomes for children in the youth justice system, but that has no funding. So my group is currently spending about $15,000 a year to hold those data so that the AHW can use some of their staff in their spare time, because there's $0 funding for this, to pilot this mechanism for monitoring health care and health standards in youth justice. That's useful, but we also need standards. And unfortunately, Australia, we don't have real, measurable, concrete standards for youth detention, and we definitely need to have those. And we also just need scrutiny over our systems more broadly. I was looking the other day in the Productivity Commission report on government services. There's a corrective services chapter which used to report the total cost of corrections, including healthcare. Since 2018, they've sought to carve that out. When you look to the youth justice chapter, it doesn't even say whether the cost reported for the youth justice systems in Australia include healthcare costs. So we actually have no idea how much we're spending. We do know that children in detention are excluded from our supposedly universal health insurance scheme, Medicare, and there are clear, measurable detrimental health impacts associated with that exclusion.
Please feel free to add if you've got.
Absolutely. On the last point, particularly around Medicare and the ability to access Medicare.
Yeah.
In addition, the Commonwealth responsibilities around disability, disability services. Obviously, the Thriving Kids, the NDIS, that sort of early pick-up, early support, and then the links through to general practice, and incentives and things like that. I think that they're sort of as well, in addition to some standards. I think particularly in Western Australia, we would say that a significant part of the issue was that there was no external scrutiny, and there was the ability for the system to basically shut its doors to external accountability and scrutiny, as opposed to, say, the health system, where obviously you have standards, you've got accreditation, whether there's ways for the Commonwealth to create that, to mandate that, as well as being able to access things around Medicare and NDIS, and that sort of pathway pre-entry and post-release, that would be opportunities.
And I guess in that pre-entry space, what can we be doing better in screening our young people? So not children that have touched the criminal justice system. Like, ideally, we want to try and have these interventions in place so that we can stop them entering into the criminal justice system. What's something we could recommend that you think could make a really big difference?
There's no simple answer to that. It's a sensitivity specificity issue. So in other words, we could spend days assessing every child who has contact with the police, but that's not realistic. So we need a tiered approach. What we need is a team of appropriate experts, no FASD, people with expertise in language and learning difficulties, mental health issues, chronic disease, and so on. It's solvable. It's technical and complex, and it just requires broad-based health and cultural expertise to get it right, I would say.
I'll just add to that with Aboriginal community-controlled organisations being involved from an early age and obviously having significant touch points to the lives of Aboriginal families right across Western Australia, being able to have those sort of the ability to and ease of access to assessments and screening as part of their comprehensive, primary health care. Obviously, these kids, will go on and some will end up in youth detention, but being able to sort of have those links between and identify early and pass on that health information would be beneficial as well.
Yeah, fantastic. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks everyone for your engagement, both in the earlier inquiry and in this. Can we just go to the inequities in healthcare? Most people who aren't familiar with the system are astounded that healthcare in prisons and healthcare in youth detention facilities is not provided by the Department of Health, that specialises in healthcare, but instead is provided by corrections, which specialises in prisons. And it's replicated across the country. It's not just WA. How important do you think it would be, or what sort of meaningful change do you think it would happen if we just shifted that responsibility? Do you think it would have systemic benefits?
Yes. I think the devil's in the detail, and it's certainly worth looking at the similar transitions that have happened elsewhere in the world. For Canada as an example, some European countries. It's because what comes with that transition is often more money, because there are standards that need to be adhered to. What comes with it is greater scrutiny, clinical guidelines and continuity of care between custody and community. So the WHO has recommended since 2013 that ministries of health should be doing this for very good reason.
And I invite others to respond, but one of the consistent responses I hear from the community about why different state and territory corrections services don't want to have this happen, even though it may well be a significant cost saving for state and territory governments, is control. And the loss of control and the idea that there would be an independent government agencies on the ground in prisons, and they resist that. But be interested to know what your understanding about the dynamic for this is, but also those other witnesses, if you see a benefit in it. Let's start with you, Amanda.
I agree with the statement. I don't know about the control bit. I won't respond to that, but definitely when in our submission there are a number of recommendations that we have put in there, and I was, as the question's been asked, I have been looking at them, wondering which ones to highlight, but definitely partnering with communities and the ACHOs or the ACO organisations to develop and design on-country alternatives, but also it's funding the sector to also provide that support in going into the prisons as well, because our sector isn't funded for this, and looking at Woononga, I know they have a lot of challenges in how they get their staff in, the what Chad said about Medicare, and because of that, I suppose that's where that control comes into it, and also the Aboriginal workforce. There's a lack of Aboriginal workforce within the prisons as well, to provide that culturally appropriate care. So,
Since the control question, I think that's really sort of facility specific, and it sort of comes back to the absolute discretion that the superintendent may have. And so I think without having standards or minimum standards right across the board, and that levels of transparency and accountability, and here in WA, that was the reason why we ended up in the incredibly dire situation we were a few years ago, was because of there was no external scrutiny and accountability. From my discussions with the Department of Justice here, they see the advantage of having Department of Health to operate and run the services from a workforce recruitment and retention perspective, their ability to pay, their ability for movement of conditions and entitlements, but also in terms of clinical governance and training, keeping up to date with the standards in terms of equipment, and particularly if there was another way to fund those equipment and capital works. So I think it would be a significant improvement to the situation if Health was in charge of health in prisons.
Can I ask you then about ACHOs, because actually the department is only one small part of it. What's the current state of play with access to ACHOs in delivering health in WA youth justice facilities. Perhaps we could start with the Health Council, but what's the current state of play?
I think there's no long-term plan for Arches to be delivering healthcare services in the prison system in WA. There's definitely early conversations between the Department of Justice, the Arches sector and the ACO sector to commence getting Arches and ACOs back into the prisons to deliver those services. But yeah, those conversations are in the early stages, and I think it will require a lot of ongoing conversations, long-term funding, and support from all sides to really make that an ongoing thing.
Dr. Kinnan?
If I may, I suppose my concern would be if we end up in a situation where the Department of Justice is commissioning ACHOs to deliver care, because that's the opposite of what we want, which is about top-down power. To give you an example of where it's worked well, I mean, certainly New South Wales and Queensland and Australia, for example, departments of health deliver healthcare and youth detention. Probably a useful model to look at is previously in the UK, there was a tripartite agreement between the National Prison Service, the National Health Service and Public Health England, such that all high-level strategic decisions, including frameworks for contracting, required the assent of all three organisations. So it's sharing of power. And at the moment in Australia, we do indeed have a culture where security trumps everything, unfortunately. Yep.
And I mean, you gave some data about the health outcomes, 7 times more likely to die in prison, other horrific outcomes. Can you give us a sense of what the state of play is for young people in detention now, their ability to access trauma counselling, their ability to access primary health care, their ability to access mental health support? What's the current state of play?
I'd say it's a very different situation to the adult estate. The youth estate, in terms of the implementation of the culture skill model of care, so there has been a lot of work in partnership with the Aboriginal Health Council of WA and also CASWA in developing up that model of care. So access is better than it was 4 or 5 years ago in terms of that therapeutic approach. But we've been advocating, and obviously with the Aboriginal Health Council of WA, is that we need more connectivity. The Aboriginal community controlled organisations can help, but there is that, and I absolutely take the point of Dr. Kinner around, being contracted to do something when you don't quite know how to do it yourself, as Department of Creative Services.
Set up to fail in some regards.
Exactly right. And also the risks that transfer, or the ability to give up control of what happens within the walls of your facility. So it is vexed. We've got much more confidence in the youth estate than we do in the adult estate. It's a very different kettle of fish, but that's because we've had transparency over the model of care.
There's talk about national consistent standards being legislated by the Commonwealth. It's a running theme across the majority of submissions we have. Often they talk about things from a custodial perspective, which is things that I fundamentally believe in, but, freedom from torture, freedom from isolation, those sort of custodial rights. If we were looking at national minimum standards, legislating them, what kind of health standards would they be in? Would it start with just equivalence to care in the community, or what would we be looking at?
We definitely need standards beyond what you've described. So in the adult context, the RACGP now has their second edition of their standard for prison healthcare, which are a good start, but still not enough. Because despite the fact that they purport to be using the Don-Obedian model, which is a classic model for healthcare quality, they don't actually measure health outcomes. So we need the RACP or some other appropriate body in consultation with ARCHOs, peak bodies, to come up with standards around care and the outcomes of that care, and those need to be measurable and measured and reported.
And even when standards are there, they're often referred to as nice to haves, but not mandatory. And how do we go from nice to haves to actual enforceable standards?
Sorry, just to add, it's also that connotation around, what health, in an Aboriginal worldview around health and social emotional wellbeing. It's more than a GP-led model of, primary health care. It's about, and obviously these kids are their life stress events, so it need to be significant, support for mental health. In terms of how do you get that, I guess if you look at it from other interactions between the Commonwealth and the state, usually it's around funding. Or partnership agreements or requirements, unless there's a willingness to sign up to standards like we have with with hospitals. It's a difficult one.
Well, the truth is we're likely to get resistance from states and territories. I can't see the NT putting their hand up to mandatory national standards for health, and I see WA being resistant to national standards, perhaps Queensland too. Is there a job for leadership? I mean, if we just simply say, well, actually, we're going to have a national partnership and we all have to agree, that won't work. So what do we do if that won't work?
Again, I'd say a useful first step is proper counting. So, I mean, I do find it extraordinary that our Productivity Commission doesn't even consider whether or not youth justice costs include healthcare. The AHW is capitalising on soft money that a research group has to try to pilot monitoring. So it shining a light in a very basic way on at least what's currently happening, so that you don't need to have sessions like this and the data. And if I may, just really quickly, I mean, imagine if we had a whole lot of vulnerable children in child hospitals. We would expect to have, and we do have, good scrutiny over spending, care and outcomes. These large state-funded institutions have vulnerable children and we have zero scrutiny.
They're poor kids, they're First Nations kids, and that I think we shouldn't ignore the fact that the lack of scrutiny. But a recommendation, starting with recommending the Productivity Commission continue to re-establish reporting, distinct reporting on health, and uniform national data on health. I see nodding. That doesn't work well on transcript, but yes. Ms. Collins-Clinch, did you?
I just one of our recommendations was around to revisit relevant recommendations from the Royal Commission into Aboriginal deaths in custody and related reports such as the Too Much Sorry Business report. But can I just add also around what Chad said around the definition of health. The Aboriginal Community Controlled Health sector is celebrating 55 years this year with Redfern, and our model of care around the holistic approach, which includes social emotional wellbeing. We've been doing it for a long time, and we know how to support community. And a lot of the time, it's up to Aboriginal organisations for us to put our hands up to provide that support. In our communities, across the state and across the nation, and we demonstrated that through COVID, and we've got our national peak on Nacho, like we talked about. So, we're here to work with state and Commonwealth to come up with solutions, and in the spirit of the National Agreement to Close the Gap and National Reform Agreement is, that co-design and working in partnership with all organisations. So. And
is part of that long-term, consistent national funding for capacity building, so we can build up and resource the capacity in ACHOs.
Yep, definitely. Yep.
Yeah,
definitely.
And maybe even in terms of, and I think back to when the Commonwealth was funding directly to private hospitals for capacity building, particularly in remote and regional areas, where there's opportunities there for discrete facilities. I think that part of their concern is around the actual standard of the facilities for health in prisons, and even equipment to get to an even playing field from the start.
We've had a very custodial discussion, and I'm sorry about that. But the other thing we hear clearly is if you really want to look after young people's health, then you don't put them in a punishment setting. You put children in a therapeutic setting, and therefore the recommendations in the Help Waiolia report about getting kids out of, ensuring they don't fall into, or pushed into the criminal justice system is probably at the single greatest health outcome we could have, not put kids in these traumatising institutions.
And just to add to that, I think very importantly, as you referred to, we need to think a lot more about what we do instead and not just keeping children out of detention. Just to put some numbers to that, our work shows that children who served a community order, never went to detention, still die at more than 4 times the rate of other kids. Kids who were charged with an offence, never even convicted of anything, just bounced off the system, dying at 3.5 times the rate of other kids. So again, it's a marker of vulnerability, and not putting children in detention is a great start, but we need to think about how we help them instead.
Yeah, where that's a mixture of correlation and cause, whether vulnerable kids are more likely to be dragged into the system, but then the system itself could well be adding to, and in fact, I would have thought that was fairly inarguable, the system is adding to the harm as well. It's a combination of both correlation and cause. But I haven't looked at the data as closely as you, Dr. Kinner.
I'm sorry, I was just on that point there. I mean, in terms of the remand numbers, I mean, that really, in terms of, there's a significant concern right across the justice system, large around the times to trial, and even the number of the time it takes for these children on remand. Even though we're not talking months, we're generally talking weeks. The quicker that can be done as well, that would be significant.
And once you go in remand, no access. You don't have access to consistent education programs. You're taken out of school.
Correct.
It's just a deeply disruptive time in a child's life.
Correct.
And so just very quickly, with respect to the impact of detention on health, there's actually very little evidence. I mean, I think we could all reasonably say it's inherently harmful. There is some evidence that it can be harmful to mental health, but there's also surprisingly just as much evidence that detention can lead to better health outcomes because children get catch-up vaccinations, they get commenced on medications. That's dental. Clearly that's not a reason to detain children, but it's an indication of how important it is for us to think about how we meet those needs without having to detain children.
I think you can go to the dentist without being put in jail, and we must be able to come up with those systems.
If we can pay for it,
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. I know we've run out
I
of
was
time.
going to say on that note, it's fair to say we could talk through this all day, and health has been certainly a theme that we've seen sort of stretch through not only the submissions but the evidence that we've been receiving. So thank you all for taking the time to come and speak to us. And what we might do is actually come back, and Senator Cox and I were sort of sitting here quite interested in the work that you've done in Canada. So we may actually come back to you and just lean on your expertise a little more, if you will indulge us.
Very happy to.
But thank you. I think it's fair to say we're all wanting to achieve change in this space, but you guys are on the front line doing the really hard work, so we really appreciate it. Thank you. And with that, we will suspend for 5 minutes. Fantastic. So I now welcome representatives from the Kids Research Institute Australia and Dr. Hannah McGlade, Dr. Sharon Hamilton, and Dr. Hayley Passmore. Thank you for taking the time to come in and speak to the committee today. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence, I understand, has been provided to you and is available from Secretariat. For the Hansard, I will get you all to state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today. And we might start with Dr. Hamilton, who's online via teleconference.
Yes, thank you. My name is Dr. Sharon Hamilton. I am here on behalf of the Telephone Kids Institute Australia as the qualitative researcher on the Banksia Hill study.
Fantastic, thank you. And then Associate Professor Pearson.
Yeah, hi everybody. My name's Associate Professor Glenn Pearson. I'm representing the Kids Research Institute Australia, and I'm the Director of First Nations Strategy and Leadership at the Kids.
Fantastic. Dr. Passmore.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Hayley Passmore. I'm here as an individual, but I do have honorary affiliation at the Kids Research Institute Australia, and I'm also a lecturer in criminology at the University of Western Australia Law School.
And then Dr. Much.
Yeah, so I'm Kaya Nunnacourt, kia ora tātou, karo and taka ingoa. I want to acknowledge that I'm on seated Wajak Ngabudja. I'm an associate with the Telephone Kids Research Institute. I'm also a clinical associate professor with the University of Western Australia, and I'm also a paediatrician at Perth Children's Hospital.
Fantastic, thank you all. Now, do you have opening statements that you would like to make? Any of you?
Apart from, if I may, just acknowledging that we are on Noongar Whadjuk country, and I want to acknowledge the elders and the bosses, and particularly my countrywomen in the room and sisters here, and the privilege and the opportunity to be able to talk into what is a deeply distressing scenario for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander kids, not only in this state but in the whole of Australia. Thank you.
Thank you. Did anyone else? Otherwise, we will jump straight into questions. I'm just checking, Dr. Hamilton, you don't have an opening statement?
No.
Fantastic. No. I might go straight to Senator Shoebridge.
Well, here's an opening question. What's the state of health for kids in detention in WA at the moment? What can they look forward to, or what is their experience of healthcare in WA youth detention centres at the moment? Dr. Much, do you want to get us, or Dr. Passmore? Yeah.
I will provide a brief summary for you, and then Dr. Much can provide specific examples. We know from repeated evidence that the health needs of young people in our justice system, not just those in detention, but those who are involved in community justice settings as well, is remarkably poor, and their health profiles are remarkably poor when we compare them to young people who are not involved in the justice system. This expands many different aspects of their health, from their physical health and well-being to mental health and disability. In our research with young people here in the Western Australian Youth Justice Detention Centre, we found an unprecedented amount of neurodisability and neurodevelopmental disorders, including fetal alcohol spectrum disorder and undiagnosed intellectual disability, which has implications for every single aspect of the justice process that these young people have been exposed to. Now, we also found extensive physical health needs of these young people that were not being met at the time, and our engagement with stakeholders post the study reiterates that these healthcare needs of young people are still to this day not being met. So Raywin, if you want to provide specific
Yeah,
details.
so you've asked specifically about their state of health right now. I've been party to some of the processes that have tried to reform health intervention into the Banksia Hill Detention Centre. I'm not currently part of that. I was invited into the Aboriginal Advisory Committee. I've also been invited into the interview panel for staff that they're hoping to appoint, including a paediatrician, but I declined to do that. So there has been engagement with North Metropolitan Health to provide psychology, psychiatry, and also engagement with the neurosciences unit to engage psychology and speech and language therapy to try and assist with examining some of the children, but not all of the children, to understand their developmental differences. But for the most up-to-date information, which was your question, which right now I can't specifically answer that question.
All right. Well, perhaps I could ask you about your understanding of the structures of health delivery and the gaps, or if there's amazing positive elements of it, tell us that. But what's the nature of the health services being delivered? I mean, we heard from Dr. Passmore, and it's consistent around the country, but it seems to be particularly prevalent in WA youth detention, the very high degree of need and the very incredibly vulnerable population of young people in detention. Is the services anywhere near matching that?
So I would actually want to acknowledge the prior panel that I had the good opportunity to sit and listen to. I would actually agree with everything that they said with respect to health. My point of difference would be that all of the people that gave evidence there were not actually health specialists. They might be specialists in analysing health data, and they might be specialists in knowing what data points to perhaps query, but they aren't actually health specialists. So I think today I'm the only paediatrician that's speaking to you about health, and I'm trained in both general paediatrics and developmental paediatrics, as well as respiratory medicine. And I also have just stepped down from being the acting head of department for refugee and global health. So I have, and I was one of the chief investigators on the Banksia Hill study. So, and I'm also a chief investigator on the same study that's happening in the juvenile justice system in Aotearoa, New Zealand. So,
Dr. March, from that
clinical perspective, that,
young kids in detention.
So I would contend that health in the broader sense, and if we look at the Royal Australian College of Physicians, health is so much more than simply not being sick. It's about getting a balance between physical, mental, emotional, cultural and spiritual health. Health and healing are interwoven, which means that one cannot be separated from the other. So as soon as you put a child into detention, those beneficence and opportunities for health are extinguished. But I would argue further that by the very fact that a child is brought to the point of being sentenced to remand or incarcerations means we, the community, have failed them. Incarcerating any child means we've failed to benefit them in their early development. We've failed to provide equitable health and education during the early years. We have failed to protect the nourishment of their body and mind. We have failed to protect them in their darkest hours. We, the community, have iteratively extinguished their rights, their dignity and their dreams. Incarcerating a child or holding a gun to their head when they escalate and climb up on the roof when they're showing distress in any detention centre is a wicked indictment on us, the adults in their world. So I think you asked several questions in the previous panel about what we need to do. There's enough evidence existing that we should be working early and helping women have strong-born babies and helping communities have strong-born babies and throwing our resources there rather than the enormous costs of incarceration for one child. And then early intervention and early engagement of high-level health professionals would meet some of those questions you asked before about screening and diagnosis in ways that then would feed into therapeutic pathways for healing, therapeutic pathways to help kids stay within the education system, and therapeutic pathways to address their trauma.
Yeah. So, again, we're hearing pretty much uniformly the kind of package of reforms put out by the former Children's Commissioner in Help Way earlier is the core sort of structural approach we should be taking.
Yep.
And,
absolutely, I agree with that fully. Yep.
Dr. Passmore?
If I can just add on something specifically that we identified with our work with kids at Banksia Hill, given the extent of neurodevelopmental impairment that we found, we really need young people in detention to have access to allied health professionals. Now, this is something that we have seen increase nationally. I'll give you an example. Kalana Tapa Youth Detention Centre in Adelaide has a multidisciplinary team, including speech and language therapists, occupational therapists, neuropsychologists and clinical psychologists. Now, that is increasing nationally, but not to the extent that we need it for these young people. And also the culturally safe awareness that these allied health professionals have when they're engaging either in an assessment capacity or therapeutic capacity is also really lacking.
Could I, rather than put you on the spot now, but if you're in a position to answer, by all means, we had some evidence yesterday in Melbourne from a sessional magistrate, Magistrate Bowles, Jennifer Bowles.
Oh, yes. She did a Churchill Fellowship.
Indeed. And one of her recommendations was, if we're going to continue to have kids coming into the criminal justice system, allowing for therapeutic protection orders, I think they're called, but where if for a child's, if there's an unacceptable risk to the child in the community, to either themselves or the community from harm due to an underlying health condition or the like, that there could be a therapeutic protection order where they could be sent into mandatory therapeutic setting, not just a voluntary therapeutic setting. It's kind of challenging on some levels to put someone into a mandatory therapeutic setting. And I suppose I'd be interested from a clinician's point of view, but also from a sort of systems point of view, if you've looked at that or how you would feel about that.
Yes, you do. You go first. Yeah.
So I sit on the therapeutic support panel for the ACT government in Canberra. Okay. So I'm aware of the therapeutic protection orders that are in place and also the ITOs, the intensive therapeutic orders. It is very early days and I'm not here to comment on behalf of that. We have put out our annual report in December which comments on the status of that process. But I can say anecdotally that many of the young people want to engage with the services that they have, and there is more healing opportunities and transition into community opportunities if that healing and therapeutic support is done in community as opposed to custody.
Yeah. And sorry, and when you say done in community as opposed to custody, is that the intention of the ACT model?
Yes.
To have a therapeutic rather than a custodial setting?
Yes.
For it? Dr. Mo?
So let me give you an analogy. In the health world, not in justice world, we'll have children that are brought into the emergency department who are pulling knives, that are violent, are destroying environments. They'll take a lot of staff to hold them, a lot of medical attendants to give them medication. They'll have hours and hours of meeting, hours and hours of cross-hospital to health department, NGAS, meetings and arguments before that single child is lifted up and is placed in a therapeutic space in community with all of their needs met and for respite for the carers that are caring for them and so on. The body of work that's required for that one child is enormous, and I would contend that that commonly happens for children who are not First Nations and for children who are not from a refugee background. Contrary to that, you're asking about what we might do for children with those same behaviours who, for many other inequitable reasons, find themselves being understood for those behaviours in a justice system. I think it behoves us to have equitable health care to allow them to have therapeutic work done with them. My fear that if you do that in a contained space is that it will be harmful. My understanding is we do it with children with similar behaviours who aren't in the justice system, that you can impact therapeutic change and healing in a non-contained space you find in juvenile justice.
But is this an opportunity? Would this be an opportunity to have that, to have it resourced and have decision makers turn their mind to getting kids into that sort of treatment pathway? That's really what the magistrate was putting to us, and putting to us that's the theory underpinning what's happening in the ACT. So that this is an opportunity for that to actually happen, because we've had people say these kids aren't falling through the cracks, they're being shoved through the cracks by a really dysfunctional system. this was an opportunity to, it may not be perfect, but it's an opportunity.
I think the caveats on that would be, how are they understood? So rather than just applying generic therapy, how are they understood? Are they understood for their individual strengths and their individual challenges? That requires a multidisciplinary therapeutic team to meet with them. And in addition to that, how are they understood their cultural needs? Are they being met? How are they understood for their healing needs, their language needs, their own country needs? If those other caveats are met, then I would say that's an opportunity for good.
And have you turned your mind to the role of the Commonwealth in this space? Because much of what's happening here is state corrections systems, they're resistant to Commonwealth oversight. For example, the department has refused to attend this hearing in WA. Have you thought about the Commonwealth? Yeah.
Do you mind if I just ask Dr. Hamilton, given we're not sure if she wants to add into anything that we've spoken about?
I'm sorry, Dr. Hamilton. Consider this a free moment to comment on anything that's been heard today. I'm sorry about forgetting.
Yeah, that's fine. Look, what was going through my mind as Raven was talking was, why are we waiting until a seminal event, until, these things don't happen all of a sudden as teenagers, and many of our children, experience disadvantage from a very young age. And so, for me, the idea of a mandatory therapeutic service is a bit of anything that's mandatory doesn't feel very therapeutic, if you know what I'm saying. And I think that, we really need to be investing very early in these children's lives. Our work at Banksia, told us that they were very often, removed as young babies, as young children. They grew up in the out-of-home care system. They were disconnected from their country and their families. They really, really need very early intervention rather than waiting until, a time when we send them to prison or we send them to, a therapeutic centre.
Yeah, Dr. Hamilton, they're the core recommendations in Help Way Earlier, which I hear almost, uniform support for. But we also have an existing, incredibly well-resourced carceral system that's operating and grinding through people's lives and grinding them through as we speak. And the goal is, I can't speak for the rest of the committee, but I see a really compelling goal in the outcomes in the Help Way Earlier. But we also, what can we do to limit the damage that people are suffering as the young people are suffering as they're being ground through the current carceral system? And I suppose we need to look at both of those things, because I'm not willing to just say, well, okay, in 10 years' time we might get this perfected, and meanwhile we will grind through another 200,000 young people through this broken system. I think we need to do both. So I suppose my questions about the TPOs and what other reforms we can do in a broken system are in that context.
Yeah. So I guess, looking at those kinds of systems through justice and reinvestment projects, obviously, where they're Aboriginal-led and driven and on-country, I think, I think there are lots of things that we could do that we, are yet to really try.
Well, I know the time check.
Senator Cox.
I've only really got one question, but just want to thank each one of you for the amazing work that you do and have done in your academic careers, and acknowledge in particular, Dr. Much, your work as a paediatrician and the advice that you provide to us and to many of the health research projects that you've been involved in your amazing career. One of the things that I read in your submission in particular was to develop and fund solutions with Aboriginal communities and directly with those who are affected or have contact with the youth justice system. Do you want to give us some ideas of what those solutions look like and the things that you could point us as a Commonwealth to? And I know Justice Reinvestment was just mentioned that you may have some other ideas around one at the Commonwealth level, the things that we could do as part of that solution brokering.
I'll just give an example. When I was helping out, invited, because I'm not First Nations here, I'm a migrant here. I'm not First Nations. I was invited in to participate in the First Nations advisory group for Banksia. One of the really good things that I saw was a group of the Banksia youth were brought together to give a voice to what they wanted to happen there, and they were given respect and they were given space to give their voice, irrespective of what their neurodevelopmental capacities might be. And that was really important because their voices matter so much, and that's not hard to do. But it is important that that's done in a way that the hierarchy that they're living under within a detention system allows them the freedom to say something, even if it's something that hierarchical system doesn't want to hear. So there'd have to be a lot of protection around that, and I think that was done well by the team out there that asked that of them. That's just a tiny example of how that can be done, to give a voice. More broadly, there are graduates from out-of-home care systems who may or may not be crossover youth into detention. If they've had opportunities for therapeutic engagement, if they've had opportunities for employment, opportunities for not to look to substance misuse to treat their mental health, then those young people too have opportunities to give voice to their lived experience and give voice to how things can be done better. And they exist, they need to be funded, supported, held up and facilitated in being able to give voice to how they see systems could be made better. And then underpinning all of that is really leaning into the communities that already exist here on country and know their young people the best, and resourcing those communities to do things they know to be done the right way. And I give an example of, we have lots of nanas who bring their children to our hospital, and they are looking after many, many foster children. They don't receive any money for that fostering because they are extended family groups. Those inequities need to be extinguished. It shouldn't have to be that if a child goes in a separate foster situation with a non-congruent family, that they receive the money. And if those nannies were better funded, there was more than one toilet in the house, there was more funding for nutrition, then the strengths around growing those children up strong and with that wisdom and that knowledge, again, means that you're going to diminish occasions when those kids might go the wrong way. Thank you.
Okay.
Do you want, I don't mind which one.
Obviously about Shirin as well.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Just one example around healthcare within youth detention and youth justice more broadly, and this has been done in some states and territories, but meaningful engagement with Aboriginal medical services and Aboriginal community-controlled health organisations, or just Aboriginal community-controlled organisations more broadly within the youth detention space has been done, and it works very well when it is done. An example I can think of is Danila Dilba Health Service being engaged in delivering the entire medical clinic within Dondale Youth Detention Centre. Now, of course, that model was not perfect, but it did mean that kids had access to culturally safe healthcare, and it meant that their transition back out into community was they had wraparound healthcare and cultural support during that incredible time point of transition, which can be really harmful for young people if they aren't supported. So I would say nationally that is something that we could really look at, supporting community-controlled health organisations and medical services within these settings.
Thank you.
So if I could build on that, and I know Shirin, particularly her PhD, really went to, based on her lived experience around what you'd imagine would be the hallmark aspects of any community-based, family-centred, child-centred response. I just want to pick up the Aboriginal leadership piece in this one, and particularly I wanted to acknowledge some of the fantastic work that's done. As an example, it's not the only one, at the Headland Aboriginal Strong Leaders group. In Headland, I've had the privilege and pleasure of being under their tutelage for the best part of 5 years under our Journey Together initiative. It was a BHP-funded project to look at the lives of experience of young families within the Headland Newman regions, particularly, and in the Perth, but particularly working with the Headland Aboriginal Strong Leaders, representative of major language groups, and these are senior people, had an operational arm and led by Trina Stoddard, who's an exceptional Kiwi, like our sister over the back here. The program of work, they started off with a family wraparound service, which was an incredible insight. So we were able to provide some of the funds to build out this fledgling program they had. And so they had 12 families with 12 of plans for themselves. And in the life of 1 year, when we helped them with their valuation, these families, these young families, were asking for the fairly basics of things, received over 3,000 occasions of services from 10 to 15 different government and non-government agencies. So we're talking about young families wanting really practical things done that they had to go through in one given year, collectively 3,000 occasions of service. So that's a sort of lived experience in the fracture that happens around families who want to plan and want to do something. They want to go forward, they want to get their licence. They sort of, how do we deal with the welfare, how do we deal with the housing, those sort of things that are the lived experience that sits around families in caring for their kids. They've consequently built out a huge program of work and receiving some, and they're working their butts off. They're amazing. They've built up a at night program for kids, because they've had a lot of kids who in the community, if they're not feeling safe at home and they want to get out, they create a drop-in centre type feature in the Headland, and from there they're able to connect with these kids and do the follow-ups back to those kids' homes, and then where they need sort of other services, they'll try and advocate and broker for them, as well as they've been won a large amount of funds to develop basically a crime diversion program for their kids, both in Headland and in Newman. So I would highly recommend that the panel get some information around what they're doing as an example, because I imagine if you look wider, you'll see that right across this state, and most definitely across this country, there's amazing organisations led by amazing people who are furiously at trying to get in front of this process from the fairly early years. And sitting alongside those are our AMSs, our art shows, who are equally in that partnership. So I think there's some, I mean, I hear this story, and we do need to get up the front end. There is a strong front end. It needs to be backed in and supported. It has to be Aboriginal led. We've been down this isn't our first rodeo, these conversations. So we're not giving up on government per se, but I think we're self-determining that in spite of the best efforts of government, we have to take best advantage of those opportunities they present, and we will so. And so I think that's really important in terms of providing context when we talk about diversion and stopping kids getting into jail, that those sort of powerful stories and efforts are already in play, and how can we support them, continue to do that and expand it, because they've looked at a language immersion program that they want to develop for those kids who have fallen out of the education system, but because all the bosses have said you need an education and they're going to go nowhere. So they've hired a young lad who used to work for us, and they were looking at taking a group of the elders to New Zealand to go and see how some of their language and cultural immersion, to look at how could they do something similar to get these kids feeling strong and proud about themselves so that they can get back into the education system. So those, to me, are equally up for justice diversion programs if you want to get in the really early intervention prevention space. Cheers. Shereen, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Look, I agree. Totally agree with what you're saying, and I think I'm over in the eastern states, and there are lots of examples. Just Reinvest New South Wales, the Justice Reinvestment project at Maranguka and Burke, that has incredible outcomes in terms of, change in overall quality of life change for Aboriginal people and communities, but particularly for our young people. I think they've got something like an 84% increase in completion of, TAFE courses and 31% increase in the retention rate for Year 12 students. I know that they had, I think it was around about 40% reduction in, charges across the top 5 juvenile offence categories. So, they really make a big difference in the community, and there are a number of examples. And just touching on what Hayley was saying in terms of, Aboriginal community-controlled health organisations being supported and funded to deliver health services in detention centres. I think that's a really important initiative as well. And I think Hayley gave the example of Janelle Jordan, but there's also, the Central Australian Aboriginal Congress Child and Youth Assessment and Treatment Service, which does amazing work. There are so many examples of pieces of work that are Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander led that we could go on and use. I beg your pardon?
Oh, sorry. Are you still going, Sharon?
No, that's okay.
Yeah, no. There's just one other piece of work that's come to mind. So we worked with Jubilee Oregon here in town to try and help them develop the keys to get access to NDIS. So there are all these barriers to systems that can do good, but they are inequitably available to different places and different spaces, and that inequity and the way the keys can be accessed are also inequitably taught. So we got permission to teach just a simple developmental screening system, it's called the Griffiths, to some nurses at Jubilee Oregon so that they could actually carry out assessments for children under the age of 6 to see what their strengths and differences were. That's done within the Child Development Service, within the free public health system. There's huge wait lists for that, but there shouldn't be wait lists for that, and there should be ways that all people can have that kind of standardised assessment, which is a key to access funding for disability when it's found. Those kind of barriers need to be broken down so that the ARCHOs who can do best for families have those skills trained for them, and if there aren't paediatricians or there aren't speech and language pathologists, then we need to fund that, or we need to find workarounds and allow other clinical staff. In this instance, we helped nurses to be allowed to carry out a standardised test, which previously isn't allowed, so that children could be assessed for their strengths and difficulties, and intervention could begin early. Those are the kind of low-hanging fruit that could be considered to begin to stop the downstream harm if early intervention doesn't occur.
Thank you. That is a perfect segue into where my line of questioning was going to go. And I think that that's the big part of this is these children don't have access to health services. And so it sort of seems to, by the time they're hitting the justice system, they are at crisis point. I think it's fair to say that everything that could go wrong has gone wrong for them. And just going back to the evidence we heard from the magistrate yesterday, if it's not done through, I guess, those sort of health orders, those treatment plans, how can you see being able to get the kids the help that they need in their community, knowing that we have shortages of psychologists? Like it is so difficult to even see a GP. How else can we do it? How else can we help these kids when they may not have parents who are, taking them to school or packing their lunch, let alone taking them to medical appointments?
So school's even a bit late. Sorry,
Yeah,
I know.
yeah.
There's actually something that's going to run out here soon, which Hayley can talk to, the 5 and above. But actually, if you haven't actually helped by the age of 5, And, so, and you need to help before the age of 5. And
can I step backwards? We heard evidence this morning that even those 2-year-old screenings in WA are not very high in terms of, so a lot of people are missing the 2-year-old screening. Is that correct? And that's a number that's sort of up here, and for some reason it's
drops down. Yeah. But I mean that leans into bigger stories of poverty and and failure to find housing and the domestic violence story and reasons for needing to shift and there's a whole multitude of other factors as to why that's dropping off, and they are all factors. Which is why I was really excited to hear when I was listening to the panel before, where you talked about your cross-government initiative, your cross-departmental initiative that you brought as a government is going to be a real deal changer. That you can actually, at your level, ask the people responsible for delivering education, health, mental health, ask them to step up and meet all of these different domains which are required for optimising a family and optimising those early years. That's a real deal breaker. So congrats for that. Yes.
Just to build on that, WA is 2.5 million square kilometres big.
Yes.
It's a big backyard. So the Kimberley alone is almost twice the size of Victoria.
Yeah.
It's a big paddock. It has about an estimated 25,000 Aboriginal people spread across it. But if you want to look at how form follows function, have a look at how CAMS has set up their network right across there in terms of the art shows, through to clinics, in partnership with the state health system. Their ability to, in terms of the way that they've approached this really complex and challenging place, it's not just in terms of geographically spread, it's very culturally diverse from the east to the west. So they have worked furiously hard and have really self-organised to be able to develop really strong relations to be able to have the sort of results that they do have. They have incredible challenge. They have the highest suicide rates in Australia, unfortunately. They've got the highest rates of rheumatic heart disease, which is my area of research. They've got some big challenges, but I tell you what, if you look at the way that they've worked together with the State Health Department and other non-govies to be able to work out an incredible program of work that reaches into the lives of kids. They do have high vaccination rates, that's dropped off, but they were able to marshal that sort of effort. Their effort, the whole outro sector in COVID, for example, was amazing. It was brilliant, and that was led by our mob to be able to get into spaces. So I agree. What do I offer that? Because the notion of access to services for a kid living in the Kimberley versus a kid living in Perth is quite a changed question. But when the data tells that they're equally of poor health, then what's happening in one place where you're surrounded by services and not accessing them versus we have no services, and then that's where the story of the CAMS has this incredible I think some lessons for us to think about. Well, how do we reach early into those? How can we back that effort in as an offer? Cheers.
And just drawing on your expertise as a clinician, and you mentioned using clinical staff and nurses perhaps to do standardised testing. And I guess we've sort of seen that with pharmacists now being able to administer different vaccines or medicines and so forth. Can you see that? I mean, because we can't, it takes us a really long time to train doctors, and so that shortage, that ship's kind of sailed. We can't fix that tomorrow. So what are the kinds of things that we could be using other trained staff that aren't necessarily doctors?
Yeah. So when I went across to Seattle last century to look at how they diagnosed FASD, it was many moons ago, next door to the facility, the health facility, was a school. Yeah. And in that school, as routine practice, embedded in the school, was an occupational therapist, speech and language therapist, physiotherapist. I don't see why we can't do that in every school. Yeah. We have dental services that are allocated to every paediatric health campus. Right through, you get sort of free and speech Mark's, dental health care. So there's not a dental therapist for every primary school, but every primary school has a dental therapist. And I don't see why we can't fund, because they are actually the brains that are required to understand what are the strengths and difficulties in this child. And then the medical component at that early age, there's a lot of that work that, you're asking in the previous panel, are there mandatory or standardised health practices we could do? There are mandatory and standard health practices that GPs could bring to understanding what are the nutritional and the health requirements to complement that sort of holistic picture for the child. At the same time, I hope you're leaning into elders and culturally wise providers for that child. And then within that, you would filter out who here are the children that are syndromic, who here are the children that may or may not have genetic challenges or other challenges, and then they're the ones that we must send on to paediatricians. But it's not rocket science, and it wouldn't really take a lot to actually crack that together.
Yeah.
You've got willingness within the RACGP, you've got willingness within the RACP, and you would have willingness across all of those allied health professionals to say, how can we do that? If we look at how we train doctors, there's a stream that are trained through rural medicine, and there's a mandate on them that once they graduate, they have to work rurally for a number of years. We could ask, we may already be asking the same of our allied health professionals. Now that's not ideal for communities. Remote communities really are entitled to having people that want to stay there and build relationships, and from relationships you can build meaningful change for health. But as an interim measure, that might be a way to say your training, your first few years, we want you to go up, and then the onus would be on the government to fund housing and to fund transport, and actually probably also to fund education for the children of those people if they needed to.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at the moment we're using fly in, fly out consultant services, and it's a different, and this is the thing, in a lot of regional communities, it's a different GP every, as GPs are retiring, they're not, that's a great idea.
And one other thing, so there are screening tools that have been moderated to be specifically appropriate for Aboriginal health services to provide.
Yeah.
So again, training up, even not nurses, but training up nurse equivalents or allied out sort of the next level down. They could be trained to roll out some of that, and also lead into some of the long-standing women or elders in the community, train them up into how to apply screening tools, because again, they're not rocket science. They just need the training and then the reliability of applying it over and over again.
Yeah.
In the previous panel, there was strong endorsement for federal funding for that kind of capability investment in ACHOs, like a distinct, clear bucket of money that is actually designed to do that skill training in ACHOs and consciously delivered for that purpose.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just to emphasise one of the points that Raewyn has made, if the focus isn't on diagnosis and labelling, which it shouldn't be, then we're just exploring people's needs and meeting them where they're at. If a diagnosis comes out through that process, then yes, we can respond to that, but then we're making sure that all kids, regardless of what their needs are and regardless of what labels they may or may not have, we can meet them where they're at and provide wraparound support.
Yeah, and we've heard, well, I think we've heard in some of the submissions, but I know I've heard this quite legitimate resistance to labelling and this insistence on labelling as a kind of rationing of services or a barrier to services. We do hear that.
And labelling and diagnosis can be helpful for certain reasons, for accessing the right healthcare, if our disability support is based around the fact that they do have that label or diagnosis. So it is incredibly important in some circumstances, and to be frank, sometimes we need to play that game of giving someone a label and a diagnosis to ensure that they can get the support. But in reality, and we know from our youth justice workforce, at the end of the day, they don't care what the label is. They care what the behaviours are of the young people and how to respond and meet those needs for the young people. We can also have two young people with the same label or diagnosis who have entirely different needs. So the label actually doesn't tell us somebody's needs.
That's a really good point to make, I think. just conscious of time. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, just wait, two more.
Yeah.
So you've previously asked for the Indigenous framework. If you read the 4 pages of that Indigenous framework, the Indigenous women, it was all women actually, who pulled that together, and I elected not to be on that for the new FASD guidelines. They lean into saying we actually want a label, and I want you to read that. It's a beautiful, beautiful document, and it's very powerful in what it says and how it says it. And then the only other thing I'd recommend you to have a look at is the work of Nicole Hewitt in Queensland with Cowable Community, where Cowable Community was looking at wanting things to change and leaning into the label of FASD. And Nicole Hewitt has brought together a series of animated videos. Kit the Koala has FASD. I was invited in to be part of the, developing the dialogue for those videos, and it's mob dialogue, and Kangaroo I think's got ADHD, but that was driven by Cowable Community, again leaning into ideas of labels, ADHD, autism, FASD, but they wanted these animated videos to tell a story that was safe for mothers and sisters and extended community to think it's okay for me to ask to get my kid considered and diagnosed.
That's a really good point. And I was just going to ask as a final question, nutrition.
Yep.
Food. So
Yep.
this is one thing we haven't necessarily touched on.
Huge.
So we know there's poverty, and usually with poverty there is less opportunity for
Huge.
fresh food because it's more expensive. Regional communities, it's hard to get fresh food because it's long ways to transport.
It's huge.
Yeah. Okay.
In our refugee work, we have translated resources. So if you don't have enough vitamin B12, you can add it with microcephaly, and it has an impact on your speech and language development. You have to investigate why you have low B12, but the most common thing is I can't afford to buy protein that contains that. Not enough iron. Low iron changes your cognition, drops your cognition. So these are really common problems. Prolonged feeding or bottle feeding, giving a bottle to help the kid go to sleep because it's a chaotic household and there's too much going on. I want the kid to go to sleep. You get dental caries, nutritional caries, and then it's too painful to chew food and to eat food. So there's a whole layers there where poverty is impacting on how we grow, how we develop. If you don't have proper teeth, you don't get proper speech and language development. You then don't get jaw growth. So there are all of these interrelating factors that inequities around nutrition can have these long-term consequences on cognition and long-term consequences on you having your best life.
Yeah, thank you, because we haven't necessarily heard that in evidence, so that's very helpful. Thank you. Yes, please.
Nutrition also needs to be considered in youth detention.
Of course, yes.
And certainly is an area of concern that we have had.
Well, I mean, I heard anecdotally that one of the most recent instances and disturbances that happened at Banksia Hill, one of the demands the kids had was for 3 meat pies because they just didn't have enough access to food. And people on the roof, kids were on the roof, and one of their core demands was 3 meat pies.
So I spent full 12-hour days at Banksia Hill for over 7 months in the early stages of our study, and I saw what young people were given to eat, and I saw the amount of food that went in the bin because it simply was something that was not culturally appropriate for these kids and also did not have anything that I would consider a nutritious, all the elements of nutrition that young people, particularly at that growing age, need.
And we were trying to reconcile yesterday how it can cost, and we've had varying figures from $1 to $2.8 million per year for one child. Depending on what they're taking into account. So you don't get fed, you don't get healthcare, there's a big question mark on what...
Well, they get obesity. So we were looking at admission weights and then looking at the weights, and they were obese. And so what comes with obesity? You get obstructive sleep apnea. What comes with that? Poor sleep. What comes with that? Poor memory, and then poor cognition. And then all diabetes, and there's all these feed-forward effects from
and a lot of them are going through
things.
detox while they're in detention. Yes. So that's the other really the stats on the kids that have got a substance abuse.
But I mean, the chair's question about that, like the amount of money that's been spent, and if the system is so dysfunctional, it's not giving kids the food they need. It's kind of this. It's like a kind of prime indicator of how broken the system is. If you're not actually getting the right food or enough food.
That money spent by health, even by health, the monolith of health, and you were asking before about what standards, there's national health and safety standards, and you're audited, and there's, if health did this work. There's if that money was spent in health and was spent way early, such a very different outcome. You're wasting money.
If you gave the family $50,000 a year and saved the state $2.8 million, the $50,000 a year would be transformational for the family.
Yeah.
And the positive outcomes. But we spend, what, $2 million on the kid to produce poor outcomes. Tiny fraction of that actually spent on the family.
Yeah. So the only other thought there is, school. So school is a place where many of the children don't end up going, or they're made to leave because their developmental challenges mean that they're excluded. But school is a place where we're mandatorily meant to go. So if you have your speeches there, your OTs there, have a dietitian there, have a kitchen there, teach the kids how to cook healthy, help them to look what was done with the schools in Melbourne with was it Maggie Bear? I can't remember. How to grow a tomato on your veranda. There's really simple ways to empower kids to if the household is challenged and can't bring them their health, they can grow basil, they can grow tomatoes, they can learn how to cook it. And so give a school a kitchen, give a school a cook, give a school a dietitian, give a school a paediatrician, or give them a speech in an OT, and you're going to be streets ahead of where you were before.
My school had a farm. I'd recommend that.
Yep.
That was cool.
Yeah, chickens.
Cool.
Chickens, eggs,
As a closing comment for me, I just want to acknowledge that the kids were engaged to help the Banksia Hill team develop a model of care for their kids, and we were involved in developing the evaluation framework. So there was a great process involved, an attempt to do a co-design process with a range of stakeholders, and while the Banksia Hill Commissioner decided to take it on and implement it themselves, I just wanted to talk into some of the people that we did meet in there. These are genuine people who want good things for kids. And I think having worked in government, I've worked in the Department of Child Protection for 10 years, and I worked in ATSIC for about 4 and a bit. So I've worked in government, and I understand that internal frustration that comes with wanting to be able to use whatever those systems and processes. So if there's something that you can make a recommendation is around how can we create more empowering places for those people who are doing the best they can with what they've got to better respond to our kids, because I think that was reflected in the Banksia Hill study, definitely, in terms of the work that Hayley did beyond there around wanting to empower. As I said, these works on about how can we better connect with these kids, because clearly they're in distress. So I didn't want, in this conversation, those people, those actors in those places to be lost in this story, if you didn't mind.
Yeah. Fantastic. Thank you so much for taking the time. Oh, yes, certainly. Sorry.
Shirin, sorry. Just wanted to check in.
Dr. Hamilton, did you have anything else before we wrap up?
No, I don't think so. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So thank you all sincerely for your submissions. We really appreciate it. And what we might do is come back to you if we've got anything we want to clarify. But we really appreciate it. So thank you. And thank you for all the work that you're doing with our young people. Thank you. And we will suspend until 1:56. Sorry. Yes, that's right. Fantastic. I now welcome representatives from the Aboriginal Legal Service of Western Australia and Social Reinvestment WA and the Council of Aboriginal Services Western Australia. Thank you all for taking the time to come and speak with the committee today. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, can I please ask you all to state your full name and the capacity in which you appear? And we might start at this end of the table and work our way across.
Hi, I'm Sienna Amarin. I'm the Policy Officer at Social Reinvestment WA.
Hi, I'm Sophie Stewart and I'm the Chief Executive Officer at Social Reinvestment WA.
I'm Lexi Lachelle, Senior Managing Lawyer of the Civil Law and Human Rights Unit at the Aboriginal Legal Service of Western Australia.
I'm Roy Blurton, Acting Manager of the Aboriginal Legal Service Youth Engagement Program.
Liam Anthony, Senior Program Manager for Old Ways, New Ways, one of the programs at the Aboriginal Legal Service of Western Australia.
Fantastic. Thank you all. Now, do you have opening statements? Just you?
I think it's just me. I have opening statements, so I'm happy to go if you'd like that.
Fantastic. If you're happy and if we can just keep it to as close to 2 minutes as possible, that would be fantastic.
2 minutes. Ooh.
Speaking very well. Just do what you have to
Is
do.
it 2? Yeah.
Yeah, happy to. And I also just want to send apologies for my colleague Ronald Benswani, who's had some urgent business today, so he can't be here with us to join. So my name's Sophie Stewart. I'm the CEO of Social Reinvestment WA. We're a member-based organisation of not-for-profits working for justice reform and to end the over-criminalisation of Aboriginal people in WA since 2014, led by an Aboriginal majority board. As you probably know, there are approximately 1,300 children and young people in WA's youth justice system, and last financial year, about 1,200 of those were supervised in the community and 70 were held in prison each day. There are 2 major prisons where Western Australian children and young people are held. Most are held at Banksia Hill, but since 2022, some children and young people have been held in Unit 18, a wing at the maximum security adult men's prison, Casuarina. The clearest indicator for the need for national leadership, especially for minimum standards and ensuring human rights treaties are accorded to, lies really in the evidence of the youth justice crisis that emerged in WA from 2021 to 2025. We know that alarm bells first sounded when OICS released a report saying that children were being held in Banksia Hill in rolling lockdowns, so equating to periods of essentially solitary confinement, often up to more than 23 hours a day in a cell on end for months. Predictably, this resulted in significant unrest at the children's prison and when damage was done to the prison. In July of that year, the government announced the opening of Unit 18, a wing in a maximum security adult men's prison, which was announced very suddenly in July 2022. To just give you an idea of how hopelessly ill-prepared that facility was for children, I was taken in my capacity with Social Reinvestment WA on a tour of Unit 18 before it opened. We had over 100 CEOs of services across the state call for the government not to do that and not to send children to a maximum security prison. When I was taken there, one of the first things that I noticed was that when I was standing in the small yard of the unit wing, that I could see into the men's yard next to me. They had put up one layer of hessian, but the layer of hessian wasn't high enough, and from standing in the children's yard, you could see directly into the men's yard. I brought that to the attention of a senior staff member at Casuarina who said, "Oh yeah, I guess we better double the height of the hessian." Children were brought in just a few days after this, and that is how ill-prepared that this facility was for children. We know that the situation in Banksia Hill, meanwhile, didn't improve because of that in Unit 18. So we know that the rolling lockdowns continued, and after significant months of advocacy, a week of unrelenting criticism from the press, including a Four Corners, and everyone from the former police commissioner, former inspector of custodial services, children's commissioner, children and young people's commissioners, former premiers, Fiona Stanley, and many organisations of SRWA, The Premier did announce a $67 million injection into Banksia Hill, but it was too little and too late. The following year, with the rolling lockdowns continuing, Ellsworth successfully prosecuted a case in the Supreme Court where it was declared unlawful, the ongoing holding of children, now for over a year, in cells for over 20 hours a day on end. And these are children as young as 10, because in Western Australia, we still incarcerate children as young as 10 years old. However, despite that victory, the Department of Justice chose only to apply it to the young people in question. Situations also continued to deteriorate in Unit 18, and we were hearing significant reports of children being allowed out of their cells for just maybe 1 hour a day, and in that 1 hour having to choose between seeing their lawyer, a social worker or their family, because that was the only place and time that they could see people outside of the cell environment. We know the morning of October 12th, I met with key personnel from the Minister for Corrective Services Office to present 5 key examples in the last fortnight of a point we had been trying to make for months, that conditions were not improving and the lockdowns were ongoing despite what was being told publicly. And we knew this because our member organisations who deliver services inside were repeatedly denied access to Banksia Hill and to Unit 18 to deliver vital rehabilitation services to the children inside because of the ongoing rolling solitary confinement and lockdowns. That same afternoon of October 12th was the afternoon that Cleveland Dodd took his own life in a cell in Unit 18. Cleveland Dodd was a 16-year-old boy, incarcerated at Unit 18. He died by self-harm. His death was the first death of a young person in a youth detention centre in Western Australia's history. The Western Australia's Coroner's Court inquest into the death in custody began in April 2024 and delivered findings in December 2025, when some of my colleagues up here, I'm sure, will be able to talk those through with you. But it's important to note that in the 87 days leading up to his death, Cleveland spent 73 of those confined in his cell for more than 23 hours a day. This breaches human rights and torture conventions. On the day that led to his death, he was refused bail, desperately tried to calculate the number of days he had spent in Unit 18. He was unable to reach and contact his mum, and he was denied requests for extra cups of water, despite the fact that there was no running water in his cell. His cell CCTV was covered. He warned prison staff 8 times that he intended to harm himself. They did nothing. Cleveland's story is harrowing evidence of a failing system. It was a predictable and preventable tragedy. Cleveland and his family deserve better, and Australians deserve and expect more from the governments and institutions that represent us, especially those which take custody of children and young people. Some of those key findings of the inquest, there's a huge amount of them, but firstly, that the government and Department of Justice failed in their establishment and management of Unit 18. Secondly, that Cleveland was failed by the youth justice system. He was denied his rights and access to the help that he needed. And thirdly, that significant changes need to be made to youth detention in WA to protect children and young people and to prevent this from happening again. When we have such a clear example of justice and incarceration systems in Western Australia failing to meet the most basic standards that we would expect to uphold, it could not be more clear that we urgently need laws that mandate minimum standards and conditions for children and young people held in government institutions such as youth detention. We need these to prevent the abject failures of policy leadership and governance that occurred over the period of the crisis, and to prevent any more children dying needlessly. To give you an example, while conditions have improved slightly in Unit 18 and in Banksia Hill due to the ongoing advocacy and the coronial inquest, we know that in the 3 months to July 2025, which are the most recent stats we have available to us because there is very poor reporting of stats across the board in Western Australia when it comes to youth justice, publicly available statistics. We know that there were 8 attempted suicides and 104 incidents of self-harm in Banksia Hill in just a 3-month period to July 2025. And that's when hours out of cell have improved to an average of about 8 or 9 hours per day for most children. So it's critical that we have the federal government set and enforce national minimum standards for youth justice across youth detention facilities. And some of those extra areas, such as looking at, if we were to do that and to enforce those things, it would mean we'd have to close Unit 18 and end the incarceration of children inside an adult prison, which is in violation of the UN Conventions of the Rights of the Child. It would mean that it would also be fundamental for the federal government to look at human rights acts and how our human rights obligations to international treaties do apply to children here. One of the key bits of evidence in the coronial inquest was that the Department of Justice didn't feel obliged to meet human rights conventions because Western Australian government was not a signatory to those, even though our federal government has signed on to many of those conventions. And it is critical to remember that we still have a very young age of criminal responsibility. So, we're still incarcerating children as young as 10. That's year 4s, primary school age children. The United Nations recommended minimum is 14. 14 years old is the global average. And overwhelmingly, scientific and medical consensus tells us that still developing brains of children are not yet cognitively capable, so they cannot be held criminally responsible. Here, you can't get a job until you're 13 and you can't have social media or begin learning to drive until 16. You can't vote until 18, but at just 10 years old, you can be arrested, tried, put on trial. And in WA, because Unit 18 remains open, you can be incarcerated in a prison cell in a maximum security adult prison. I suppose to give you the further context of this, the issues in WA's youth justice system begin long before young people end up inside. We know that more than half of the children, 60%, in the youth justice system have had an interaction with the child protection system in previous years. The Kids Institute, who you heard from earlier, found 9 out of 10 incarcerated young people have a form of neurodisability. If you take, for example, the story of an example of maybe a child in Meekatharra in WA's Midwest, born with FASD, not diagnosed. They get along okay, until school. And then when they get to school, suddenly they start failing to thrive. They are not paying attention in class. They can't keep it together. They can't follow the support. But there's not a significant number of, special schools or teachers' aid supports in Meekatharra, which is about, 11 hours drive from where we are in Perth, right in the desert. The young person lives in an overcrowded house. So sometimes has a bed to sleep in, sometimes wanders the street at night because it's a bit safer. There are 30 people living in a 4-bedroom house, on and off. This is a real circumstance that occurs. The only permanently present youth service in that town is Youth Focus, the rest remote in. So I knew, for example, the last time we visited Meekatharra a year ago, the Department of Justice's Youth Justice Officer only visited once every 6 weeks. So there's very little opportunities for early intervention services. When they're finally caught for burglary, where they broke into someone's house and stole some beers and food from the fridge, they actually go to court. But as we know, last time we were in Meekatharra, the courthouse wasn't staffed. So everybody had to wait outside in the sun with no shelter until they were called. What we heard from people in Meekatharra is people were regularly having warrants issued for failing to appear because they had ducked across to the toilets across the road or to the IGA across the road to grab water when their name was called. We know that this happened to a young person with a disability who was in a car with aircon on in a day above 35 degrees. So this young person pops over to the shops when he is, called in front of court, and then a warrant gets issued for his arrest. It's how someone can end up in Banksia Hill. It's how someone can end up in Unit 18. We know that investment in prevention, early intervention and diversion over detention is critical. SWA's Blueprint for a Better Future maps this and was attached to our submission. And we know that magistrates and the courts are desperate for other options. I was sitting in Halls Creek in the North Kimberley, in a town that was once called worse than a war zone by the media for its youth crime rates. And speaking to the magistrate, he said to me, "Just give me anywhere else to send these young kids and I will, but there is nothing available up here." We have a total lack of third spaces. Places to send and support young people who have complex needs and really need extra support, both in the community but also as alternatives to prison. We know that this has worked in places like Scotland. where their needs not deeds model has meant that they have small purpose-based facilities for children who the community and community programs haven't been able to support properly, but still need that extra support. And because of that, they have been able to release all children from traditional prisons across Scotland. We know that one of the federally invested in justice reinvestment sites in Derby, run by Marmanuda, has tried to respond to this. They run a boarding house, which they use. They've got JR funding, but the boarding house is funded by education. And so they are able to help, they're helping over 40 kids in the Derby community to stay safe, to have a safe place to sleep and live and be fed and go to school while school is on. Unfortunately, their funding and their obligations only allow them to care for young people during the school term, which means in the school holidays, a lot of these young people get released back out and crime can spike again. So we have so many disconnects in the system that are supposed to support these young people, even when people are trying to do the best thing. This really brings us to a key recommendation that the federal government needs to create a strategic investment fund for early intervention, prevention, diversionary programs and alternatives to incarceration, but specifically to respond to young people's needs and prevent incarceration from those. So we really appreciate and support the federal investment into justice reinvestment for these reasons, because that is one of the great examples of this work. But we also know that there needs to be set aside funds for that space where, hey, this young person isn't working in school, they are getting into trouble, there is no boarding school that will take them. We need an alternative training facility where this young person can go and, learn to muster on horses, learn to be a mechanic, learn to have different options. We know that for some young people, they need extra therapeutic care because they have come from the most unimaginably traumatic backgrounds. We know for some that they have a neurodisability in FASD and actually they just need really intensive special needs and support. So when we think about all of these things, I suppose the final missing piece is that we need to talk about the over-incarceration of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander young people. We know that 68% of the children detained in WA are Aboriginal, despite only being 4.4% of the population. This means that Aboriginal-led solutions need to be core and at the forefront of all of the responses here. I suppose I can give you one example of this. A story of Halls Creek at night. There was a group of children who were throwing rocks at a building. The then sergeant tried to go out with police officers, and those young people had actually hidden outside the school building. They set off an alarm, and when the police went inside, those young people were outside and had managed to sit there to throw rocks. They were a group of very, very young kids, but it quickly became quite a dangerous situation because the police officers couldn't leave that facility, but the young people were camped outside. The sergeant at the time knew that he needed to do something to break it because he was worried it was going to result in a really serious incident. So he called up a local Aboriginal leader that he'd worked with from that community. That elder came out at 2 a.m. in his pyjamas with the police officer. And when he called out to those young people and they saw someone from their community in charge and responsible, they scattered. Those young people, the potential unfolding serious incident was immediately downgraded. And the lesson from that night was they started a subsequent night patrol where they culturally recruited from each of the key family groups in town. Those initial efforts saw a really immediate reduction, a 24% reduction in stolen vehicles, a 28% reduction in burglaries. And the town was able to move their graffiti and vandalism budget to supporting these volunteers. Although that first action didn't get to the deeper root causes of why young people were on the street at night, it does show how critical it is and demonstrate that Aboriginal leaders and organisations must have ownership of these solutions. This is why it's really important that the Closing the Gap priority reforms and support mechanisms continue to work with state governments to try to enforce these, and also for the federal government to continue and expand investments into justice reinvestment. I suppose in closing, the most important thing when we think about the youth justice system is that courageous bipartisan leadership is what is needed to provide a better future for Australian and Western Australian kids. Nobody wants to be a victim of crime. So, being the toughest on crime has long been an easy political standpoint. Vote for me and I'll put more people in jail and more police on the streets. But the problem is that these solutions just react to crime after it's occurred. They don't prevent it. And the best way to keep all of us safe long term is respond to the underlying causes of offending, which we know are socio-economic. This is the consensus among experts about the kind of things that work to reduce crime. And we know that actually it's possible. We did polling and we found that 4 in 5 Western Australians agreed that the #1 priority of the youth justice system should be rehabilitating young people and doing more to prevent young people from entering the youth justice system. A failing system can't be fixed without looking at the causes and those root deep causes of what is leading to youth crime and then poor justice outcomes. While there have been some improvements in prison conditions in recent years, we know that prison is absolutely failing to rehabilitate young people. It costs over $1 million a year to incarcerate a child in WA, more than the most expensive Swiss boarding school. Of young people released from a supervised detention sentence, 70% return within 6 months and 84% within a year. So we are failing to rehabilitate them. We have examples from Norway, from Scotland, all around the world, where they have significantly reduced recidivism, where they have put human rights at the centre, and where they have managed to meet the needs of young people, but to both reduce crime and release all children from prison. And when I privately meet with MPs from across the board, most agree that they do not wish to see the children and young people of Western Australia treated like this. So it is key that we have courageous political leadership. And in the countries where they've got change, that is the only way they have done it, with courageous bipartisan political leadership. So I think that leads to our final recommendation, which is that it's really important that the federal government take leadership of significant reform of the youth justice and incarceration systems. I know that my colleagues here can talk about some of the initiatives that they are doing already on the ground right now to solve some of these things. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much, Ms Stewart. What we will do now is go into questions, and I might start with Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks so much. Sure, that was more than 2 minutes, but it was very good and setting the scene and really valuable. Thank you for that. National minimum standards has been a kind of almost, overwhelmingly large part of the calls we're getting from across the country. Have you had a thought about how they would work and how they'd interact with state authorities? Have any of you thought about, how would they give civil rights of action? Would they be monitored by a Commonwealth statutory officer? Mixture of these things. Have you had a thought about that?
So I think in terms of national minimum standards, we think that these could be potentially have a federal government officer that investigates these things and holds government to account. I think the other thing that would be really important in terms of federal minimum standards would also be one of the things we speak to in our submission is more of an accord where it would be important for all states to then bring their laws in line with those federal minimum standards. So by setting, I guess the idea being setting federal minimum standards, bringing all states along with that process, and then states accordingly changing their laws in line with those minimum standards.
But what if, there will be resistance and obstruction, I would imagine, from some jurisdictions. It's just almost inevitable. Queensland, NT, maybe WA. To Commonwealth standard setting. I would imagine that a law would require a set of standards, or maybe even just some simple provisions, like you can't torture kids. I'd quite like a Commonwealth law that says no state or territory government can torture children. We define torture as what we would all understand as torture. But there'd obviously need to be a period of time for it to be implemented. But one thing would be giving individuals remedies too, that they could bring a remedy if they were being held in torture or torture-like conditions. It could be a remedy they could take to a Supreme Court for release.
One of the things we've also, I guess, on that point is that if we had standards, minimum standards, and if we'd had them earlier, for example, in Western Australia, it took a very, very long time to be able to get the government to act upon things. While if there was some situation where there was already minimum standards set, even if they were under federal law, people could take that more quickly and easily to court. And I think you might be able to touch on that a little bit, Lexi, in terms of it was a long process to be able to get it to the Supreme Court.
It was a long process, and also the Act doesn't actually enshrine any human rights of children. It has, the action was a judicial review, basically reviewing the prison's decision making. And the Act only requires them to let children out for 1 hour in 24 hours, and that's if it's for the good government of the prison. So it was a very technical argument that we had to make, and even in the lead up we didn't know that that was going to be successful because it had never been run before. So it wasn't being run as a human rights action per se, it's a judicial review proceeding. But we had to be creative in the way that we brought legal action because the rights of those children were not protected. And the second something ticked over that 1 hour, it was legal. So they could hold children for what would internationally be considered solitary confinement, but it would still be legal.
58 minutes.
Exactly. And they were incredibly difficult proceedings to bring. You know, the children were the ones that had to remember the amount of time they were held each day so that we could then set out our case and say these were the days that they were held unlawfully, as opposed to saying, give me all your records and we'll see. The onus was on the children as the plaintiffs in those proceedings. And that was us going in every single day saying, do you remember yesterday? Do you remember the day before? Do you remember last week? And these are young people with, cognitive impairments and other things. So we had to do so many things try and work with the children so that they could remember the days that they had got less than an hour.
So we've had suggestions that the minimum standards should range from healthcare through to sort of traditional sort of Mandela rules kind of standards. Have you had a thought about what the spectrum of minimum standards would cover?
We provided in our first submission, I think, some suggestions on that, some like bare minimum, including separation from adults, solitary confinement, access to education, adequate medical care, suitable amount of time for free exercise, more regulation around the use of force and when it can be used, the carrying of weapons in facilities, children with disabilities and any specific rights they might have, standards in terms of promoting rehabilitation of children, the right to prompt access to legal assistance, and detention being a last resort. And as well, the no mandatory minimum sentencing laws applying to children, which we do have in this state, and then, of course, the minimum age of criminal responsibility.
One of the issues in the space is that there aren't clear international standards for protecting children in detention. The sort of Mandela rules are a guide, but they don't really cover children in that same way. Can you think of any jurisdiction that's kind of got one of these express child-focused?
I think in both Norway and Scotland, they have, in Norway they have the normality principle and a framework which is kind of about that, life inside detention should be as close as possible to normal, but they also have a total human rights framework to both their adult and youth justice systems. And they have 22% recidivism, I think, which is the lowest rate in the world, so they have really successful rehabilitation figures from that. I think, in addition, the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child can also be, I think, critically used to assess what the basic standards should be for children and young people in detention, in addition to the Mandela rules. I think the other option is that in Scotland, their needs not deeds-based approach is based on a major report that they did into children in out-of-home care and also children, therefore, in detention. And that major report sets out a whole lot of wellbeing frameworks that, can be a standard for young people.
Yeah. You see, I would love us to, so far as possible, look at international best evidence about what's effective for keeping kids safe, which also happily turns out to be the most effective way of keeping the community safe by reducing recidivism. And but I'm just thinking about the reality we have in Australia, the resistance from states and territories. I won't try and put you on the spot now, but if you had sort of the high priority, this is going to be more a ratchet rather than a complete victory, I think, in terms of what the Commonwealth can deliver, what the sort of core set of rights would be as a starting point to start changing the lives of kids, and maybe, you know, if standards are lifting, remove kids out of detention as well. Could you, I mean, I'm happy for you to take it on notice or address it now.
We could take it on notice, but I could also give it a. We've thought about this, I guess, a lot. I think key is minimum hours out of cell. So there needs to be a real standard minimum hours out of cell. That the only thing that makes any prison humane is the fact that you have access to, you know, the medical centre, the field, the rec centre, the library, the workshop, the education unit. So minimum hours out of cell would be number one key. I think the other thing would be minimum hours of education and minimum access to health and mental health services, as well as recreational time and access to connection to family and community.
Yeah, and I suppose many of you have been into facilities, spoken with your clients, spoken with the kids. You know, we are hearing reports that in one of the most recent disturbances, one of the demands from the kids who were on a roof was they wanted 3 meat pies because they didn't have access to adequate food in Banksia Hill. What are you hearing about the lived daily experience of kids in detention? I don't mind who takes it.
Yeah, well, I think when things like that are happening, when young people are getting up on the roof, it's generally a protest or something. I think we found that was happening a lot with the rolling lockdowns. You know, when they did get out of their cells, they were climbing on the roof in protest. Same goes with you know, damage to cells and whatnot. I think it was just you know, when you're confining young people to
climbing up the walls.
Yes, when you're confining young people to such a small space for significant periods of time, I guess there's going to be some pushback from the young people. It's inevitable. And like you said, adequate food. You know, that's when sort of the young people start protesting. And
well, what are they saying to you directly about it, about their lived experience, or is it all just so sort of institutionalised and normalised that it's kind of challenging it, even having the mental space to challenge it or recognise it for what it is? What are they saying?
I think when you're visiting the young people in Banksia Hill in Unit 18, I think it's just more of a feeling of defeat more than anything. You can see the wind taken out of their sails, so to speak. There's not a lot of joy in there. There's very limited access to be able to contact your family, especially when you've got kids from the regions who are being brought down off country to a completely foreign place. Not around their family or community, and that lack of contact with family and community has been such an issue to the point where young people are extremely isolated and extremely flat.
I can't imagine what it's like for a young kid in detention if you've got family visiting time and you don't have any family to come. That must just be crushing.
It's extremely isolating. The impact on mental health, you can see it when you go and visit these kids, how deflated they are and depressed, and it's a big issue.
Sorry, Jim, my last question is, we had in the first session this morning recognition that Unit 18 has to close because putting kids in an adult prison is just inherently abusive. But also, Banksia Hill is so unfit for purpose and so not providing a safe space that some of the young people in Banksia Hill are acting up so that they can get into Unit 18 because at least they have a little bit of quiet time away from the chaos that's happening at Banksia Hill. For me, that's just evidence of how broken a system is. But Have you heard anything to that effect?
I think that issue speaks particularly to a young person who might be moved to Unit 18 is a young person that if they were at Banksia Hill, they would be placed in what's called the Intensive Support Unit, the ISU, because they're a young person that's struggling for whatever reason. They might have a disability, which means that they're struggling to communicate and get by. They might be completely distressed. They might be going through a mental health crisis. But the conditions in the ISU are so appalling that the decision between the ISU and Unit 18, a lot of kids tell us they would rather go to Unit 18 than be in the ISU. It's a very old facility. The last time I was in there, I don't know if there's been changes to it, but like the exercise yard is like a cage. It's like a concrete cage. And the cells that they get put in when they're under observation, the kids call it the fishbowl. But basically, like, it's this very small cell with the big plastic, so you can see in, and then the guards sit there opposite them and just watch them in those cells, and the kids hate being put in those cells.
Yeah.
But they're so antiquated that the kids would rather then go to Unit 18, because the staffing levels that you have to have at Unit 18 to manage like 1 or 2 or 3 children is so intense that they get quite a lot of attention, and they can be taken out of their cell and they can go outside, and they can, the bar is so low that they would rather be there than in the ISU. So I think particularly when that comparison is made between Banksia Hill and Unit 18, it is particularly about the ISU and youth justice's ability to deal with the most vulnerable cohort within that cohort.
Could I add to that and elaborate? I fully agree with that. And I think the other thing that speaks to is that we don't have any other options aside from Banksia Hill, or now Banksia Hill and Unit 18. So you have all different groups of young people ending up in Banksia Hill in one melted mixing pot who have totally different needs that just can't be catered for in the one space. So you have young people who are in there on remand, who are going in and are actually going to get out on bail and haven't been sentenced yet. They haven't even had a needs assessment. And at the same time, you've got a young person who's got, a significant mental health issue. Maybe they've got ongoing, early stage schizophrenia or something emerging. You've got another young person who has got FASD and really difficult learning difficulties. And then you've got a young person who's suicidal. And all of them are put into the same spot. And all of those young people have really different needs. It's the same issue, I suppose, where we have girls in Banksia Hill facility and also young children, so 10, 11 and 12-year-olds. Their needs are so different to a 17-year-old, but yet we send every single child to this same facility. So it's not surprising that the facility can't meet all of those different and totally different needs. And it goes back to that point of why we need these third spaces that might be like, hey, we've got a special place for people who have this specific support need. Yeah.
I would like to ask some stuff about therapeutic protection orders, but I know we've run out of time, so I'll hand over.
We can always go, because, I think...
already got a couple.
Yes.
Okay.
Senator Cox.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for appearing today. My questions were specifically to Elswa around the impact, and if you can unpack for us, I suppose, the impact of the Old Ways, New Ways program so far. And in particular, I'm interested in what the data and some of the case studies are showing about reduced justice system contact.
I'll take that one. Thanks. Thank you for the question, Senator Cox. Old Ways, New Ways Justice Reinvestment Initiative, which has been running for approximately 18 months now. What we've found over the course of the 18 months that it has been embedded in the Belga and Armidale communities is that the flexibility that the federal government have provided us with regards to the grant allows us to not only take on feedback from the clients that we work with, but their families as well. And as I'm sure has been stated throughout the day, Aboriginal-led programs and Indigenous people who are more connected to their own culture, there's always better social and emotional outcomes. So a big part of what Old Ways New Ways has done over the course of the 18 months is seek community feedback about what elders, what parents, what guardians, and what young people, what they see as the best way to support their own mob. It hasn't been decisions or a program that stem from the top down. It's been embedded and ingrained through community conversation, and some of the outcomes we've seen in terms of we've employed 2 of the clients we've worked with as mentors already, which is a fantastic outcome. We've actually just had 6 young people start TAFE for the first time. A young lady who hasn't been to school since primary school was one of those young people. A young male who'd spent most of his time in Banksia Hill since the age of 10 came out and is now doing a 4-day-a-week TAFE course to become a bricklayer. So we've had over 350 referrals since October 24, 2024. When I go back to the flexibility I said at the start regarding the grant agreement with the federal government, we're not bound by jurisdiction, we're not bound by borders. We don't have to only take referrals from one government department, and the ability to take referrals from various government departments, schools, myself, Roy sitting next to me, you guys from anywhere, has enabled us to build a brand that now families and self-referrals are the highest number of referrals. And these are for young people who predominantly, not only are they not going to school, they haven't even been enrolled at school for a number of years. And from someone that was fortunate enough to, I suppose, come from a middle-class family, that's really upsetting. So I kind of put it in perspective from that point of view, where I see what I was given when I was growing up, and these kids don't actually have the chance. They have absolutely no chance. So for me to work with a group of staff who are passionate about supporting young people in the community, for the flexibility within the grant agreement to be able to take on young people from anywhere pretty much, and for the young people and families to be our #1 referral agent, suggests that the program's working. The voice of the community speaks for itself, and again, to be able to employ 2 of these young people now, to have 6 young people start TAFE, who most of whom haven't stepped foot in a high school, it is a testament to the staff of Old Ways New Ways and the work that they can do, and a big part of that is us employing elders as part of our program. So it's not myself from a non-Aboriginal background making decisions. It's the community, it's elders who I constantly ask feedback from and provide me guidance to be able to support my team, which ultimately has been able to support the young people who we know just haven't been as fortunate as a lot of others in Western Australia.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony, and good to see our free TAFE program providing what it needs to mob on the ground. What have you specifically heard from young people who have lived experience in terms of what the system is currently missing? So I'm really keen to understand sort of the earliest evidence we have this morning went to sort of health and education, but are there other gaps in the system that you are hearing directly from individuals and or families or mentors within your program who are saying there are all these other things as well?
Firstly, I think it's based around justice obligations. When young people are placed on orders, the time and effort needed to support young people with justice obligations, rather than focusing on engaging with young people with education and training, pro-social activities.
So can you give me an example, Mr. Blurton, of what those obligations are?
So essentially, when you're placed on a youth justice order, you have obligations to report for supervision 2-3 times per week, depending on what order you're placed on. There's so much emphasis on reporting for supervision that could take all of 10 minutes, in there speaking with a youth justice officer. But as a support service, you know, it could be a 2-3 hour round trip to go pick up a young person who lives, you know, far away from the Youth Justice Office, take them in to report for supervision, then drop them back home and then head back to the office.
And given the numbers we've got of Aboriginal kids in you know, being released out of youth detention, how many of those justice obligations services are First Nations services? Or at least have a First Nations person that these kids talk to when they come through the door?
Certainly in regards to us, all of our staff are First Nations people. We have one who is non-Indigenous, who's a social worker that helps us out, but all your staff are...
Always New Ways, 65% Aboriginal staffing, but I'll just speak on behalf of Always New Ways and what we've heard directly from clients, and a lot of this pertains to pre-Banksia Hill. So youth justice, a young person's taken in there, and it's just 4 small white walls. There's no artwork, there's no colour, and while that might seem minimal to us, these are young people with complex neurodivergent and social vulnerabilities, and to them it's more like prison again. The court wait times. Sometimes we could take a young person into court, be there at 10 o'clock, and at 4 o'clock they're still sitting there. So not only is that young person potentially a responsible adult who may have younger children with them as well, waiting for up to 6-7 hours a day, I think about staff resources, and I've got to have staff members sitting there for 7 hours. So yes, it's great time to build, well, probably not a great time, but they can build a bit more rapport and relationship. But how much are you going to build at a court setting? Not a lot, I'd suggest. So the young person and the family, it's an extreme burden, the time waiting at court. But then I also think about the resources of what our staff could be doing with other clients, rather than sitting in a court space. A lot of comments from our young people around not being treated like a person in Banksia Hill, and that's in direct contrast to the feedback we've received. And I suppose the data that suggests kids want to come to our program is because they're heard, they're treated like a person. I think it's already been alluded to, the lack of access to education and activities. But in terms of pre-Banksia as well, a lot of the young people walk out of court, and we know how busy our lawyers are. They got a number of clients, but they walk out, they nod their head, yes, magistrate, I know what that means. And they have absolutely no idea what was just said in that courtroom. And yes, it's up to our staff to try and explain it to them in a way that they understand. But again, this is just feedback that we've received from our clients, that they got no idea what's getting said in that courtroom, and they nod and they agree to things that they actually don't understand.
Just to break that down, Mr. Anthony, are we talking about their inability to understand, the legal jargon that's being used? Do they not hear properly? Are they unable to interpret that into a practical consequence? I'm just trying to get a sense of, or is it all of them?
I think it's a combination of factors, cognitive issues, neuropsych development issues that we see in and around the young people on a daily basis. I think it's a combination of all the things that you said, plus probably a few more as well.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not a trained lawyer, so some of the legal jargon to me is confusing. So I speak to my lawyer. I would think I've been through school and university. I would think
there's a lot of us on this side of bush lawyers too.
Yeah. So, it's just the feedback I get. They don't understand what the magistrate's saying, so they're nodding and agreeing to things. And a lot of the time, if you've waited in court for 5 hours, you just want to get in that room and straight out. And then one key thing, which is in, again, direct contrast to our program, is a lot of the feedback we've received is culture is key for the young people to come, because as I've said, I'm not an Aboriginal person, but unfortunately I know more about Noongar culture than most of the young people that we work with, which is quite sad. So having elders in the courtroom, and again, they're not all just Noongar kids going through the courtroom or involved with our program. So being able to understand that every cultural group in Australia has different laws, different languages, different consequences for their own people. So that, I think, needs to be reflected in court. And not only do I think that, the kids have also, not so much the consequences, but having an elder from their country to be able to speak to and connect with. So that's just the feedback Old Ways, New Ways has received from our young people.
We are also one of the jurisdictions that don't have any specialist courts that cater to our children and our adults even, to be able to get a culturally responsive service, if I put it in that way, from the court system. So that's very helpful. I just want to touch on one of the things that was said before around there's obviously a federated system in which lots of justice model operates and the statutory responsibility. And if I look around the ecosystem of what we currently have in, and just referring to the custodial inspector's evidence he gave this morning, Mr. Ryan, around the ability for us to do OPCAT and to think about what that looks like versus, I think, your comment, Ms. Stewart, in having minimum standards and standing up a separate public officer and doing all those things. And my head went into a tailspin as well around what Senator Shoebridge said around the resistance to some of that. That we operate in a federated system, and that particularly justice and particularly education operate at a state and territory level, and there's a mandate for them to do the things that they do. What I do know is that health ministers and the Standing Council of Attorney Generals have agreed to do some work in this area and have a commitment to an implementation plan on that. So it is a key feature of what I think our government are very concerned with, and how we can work with our state government in particular here in Western Australia. But I just wanted to pose a question on the back of that, because some of the reference to some of the models that you've said don't have an Indigenous population, and that what the terms of reference to this inquiry points to is some of the over-incarceration of First Nations children. So if we are to superimpose a model that comes from Scotland or Norway, or even though Norway has an Indigenous population, other countries that don't have the history of our nation, don't have the indigeneity aspect, and oh my God, it's the rising rate of racism that is existing in our country at the moment. What other solution have we got that enables us to be able to make change? If you had one thing that you could tell this committee today that would make a difference to the children that you and their families that you've had contact with, and that you think would make an immediate practical difference? The deafening silence, I could give you that on notice, and you can come back to us.
We can do, and maybe we do that, because that is, I think for us, and I've got a few questions as well that I'll go into, which I hope will touch on some of what Senator Shoebridge, and then we might see how we go. But
if I have the commitment to have that on notice, I'm really
yes,
happy to receive that.
Are you all happy to?
Yep.
We are, I think, the really amazing thing about this inquiry is I think there is an acceptance broadly from across the spectrum that things aren't working and they need to change. So we are genuinely looking for input and submissions from experts that can assist us in honing it down to point us in the right direction. So if you're all happy to take that on notice. Oh, have you got Mr. Anthony?
I like a brave person. So the question on the
brave or stupid, but Always New Ways, it's not a concept that's just come to fruition over the last couple of years. Yes, we've just been fun. Yeah, it's not bad. I speak with our CEO, Wayne Nannup, and Bruce Lew and Jamie Jackson, two of the elders within, and Len Yarrant, some of the elders within our program, and the idea of taking young Aboriginal men, specifically originated back in 1990s, as they tell me, on country, and educating them and working and teaching them skills and teaching them about country and about culture, again, isn't something new, but I've been fortunate enough to work with a team that we've been able to bring it to fruition. So I know it maybe doesn't answer the whole social change from government, but the ability to not put these young people in a facility that they're locked in cages for 23 hours, but taking them out on their own country, teaching them skills that the old fellas used to teach them years and years ago, mixed in with Western society, so teaching them trades and things like that. I think that has, we as a business think that's got a lot more merit, and will actually highlight that change needs to happen at a lot faster rate than anything else. The ability to take, and now we work with women obviously, but the conversation 30 odd years ago was around young men, but take these young people out and let them hear stories about probably their grandmothers, their aunties, their uncles, but not only hear the stories, ground them on the country and give them skills so that when they do come back into, whether it's Metro Perth, and I can only speak on Always New Ways because that's where we operate, that they've got some skills and knowledge to be able to mix what they've learnt from out on country with Western society as it is now, so they can get employment. And the feedback or the guidance I get from my CEO is employment and education is the quickest way to closing the gap. And unfortunately, I don't think Banksia Hill or Unit 18 does that, but the ability to take these young people out on country with their own people, respected elders, is what Always New Ways is planning to do. So yeah, it's been a ride. It's been a joy to work with, and let's hope the government can listen, because we do think that taking these young boys and girls out on country is going to have a much quicker and sustainable impact, rather than sending them to detention.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And this is a really good segue into where I was going to ask the views of the panel on therapeutic orders. So we've heard evidence as part of this inquiry into thinking up different ways of rehabilitating and getting these kids the help they need, because the evidence has been quite overwhelming that these kids have a multitude of issues, and that incarceration isn't dealing with those things. And we heard earlier today that, if we kept our own children, I've got kids, in the conditions that the states are holding these children in, they would be taken out of my care. And that's the reality. So we have to do better. So I guess, taking kids out on country is one way of doing it, but we've heard evidence around therapeutic orders where we can get kids the mental health help that they need. What are your views on that in terms of, because it still would be mandated, so it would be ordered. How do you think kids would respond to that?
I think that might be a question for you, Roy, because I think the ability of an order like that to work from a court, you have to provide the support to the young person.
That's the idea. Yeah. So it would be mandated, and it would be these third party, well, not third party, but this other option. I think what we heard was, magistrates have the awful job of going, do I send you back out onto the streets or home where it isn't safe, or do I put you in detention where it's not safe? So can we pick door number 3, which might be orders where there is psychological care for these children in a therapeutic environment, not a detention environment?
I mean, I guess it could be received well, but I think it would have to be done well, in a sense where we're not, as you said, like a therapeutic environment. Like, we're not sending young people in to sit in a small room one-on-one with a person and talk about things that, or talk about trauma and past trauma, and it would need to be done right. How we do that, I don't exactly know at this stage. It's certainly an idea that's...
There are other jurisdictions that are doing it. So there's, I guess, a blueprint for it, but I guess it's from the clients that you're dealing with and the young people that you're having interactions with. How do you think they would feel? And because the challenge is in a lot of jurisdictions, the courts can make suggestions to kids to go out and see a psychologist once a week, or if they can find one. But they're not doing that because, these are kids who, they don't have family that are getting them to school every day, let alone their medical appointments. So
I think where it could be an issue is that when you have issues and trauma like this, I suppose you have to be at the point where you're ready to deal with it, right? If we have, a mandated therapeutic order and you give that to a young person who's, not ready to deal with all these issues that they have going on, and I think that then could create a problem and some pushback from young people. So I suppose that, like I said, they'd have to be ready to, be able to try and deal with these issues head on. And I think that's what sort of our programs do, very well, is that we build rapport, build relationships, and then, set goals and work towards things like that. But yeah.
Yeah, so one of the things we heard was that kids are in such complex family dynamics that even if they, and often, for example, drugs and alcohol are their coping measure, and the one coping measure that they have that at least works for a short period of time, even though if it throws the rest of their life in chaos. And therefore it's very hard for them to volunteer and put themselves in a situation to go for voluntary treatment. And even if they do, if they're living in an environment where drug use and instability and that sort of chaos in their lives is so constant, it's so hard to maintain a pathway. So one of the rationales that was given for therapeutic prevention orders was to give kids in that situation an alternative and a therapeutic setting and the stability to work their way through. And that was, this was put forward by a magistrate to us yesterday in Melbourne, that, it may not be voluntary in the moment because it's very hard for kids in that situation to voluntarily commit to a course, but it actually might be essential in a therapeutic setting. Any responses to that?
I think what comes to mind to me is putting the child and the young person at the centre of the decision making. And when we do that, what we find, and if our systems were able to do that and had the resourcing to do that, what we'll find is that for every child, there's maybe a slightly unique, approach to how we do this. And I think about how the Neighbourhood Justice Centre works in Collingwood with adults. And there is some work underway in WA to try to get some things like this. But essentially, you come before the court and then you go away. The court says, okay, well, this is what, this is what we've heard. These are all the things. I'm going to suspend sentence until you go away with the social worker. There's all co-located services. They work out a plan for that specific young person. Or in this case it's adults, but you work out a plan for that specific young person. You've already connected them to the key services. They come back before the court, and then the court gives the option, okay, well, if you stick to this plan for 6 weeks, I'll suspend sentence for another 6 weeks until we see how you go on that plan. So Sorry, I know that's not an exact
It's
answer.
not quite, it doesn't,
Yeah.
and this is the challenge with young
Mm.
people. So the magistrates, it's not that simple because these kids, as Senator Schumer just said, they're not able to access because of their very unstable home life. So this is about keeping them safe. So while all of the solutions would be bespoke to what their needs are, because I think as you've all identified, all of the kids have unique and different challenges, and kids can have the same diagnosis but have very, very different needs. So it's really about trying to keep them safe, but these orders would then, so basically they have to check in with the courts, say every fortnight or whatever is ordered, essentially. But there is that mechanism to be able to say, okay, how are you going? Because I think another thing that was raised is that these children aren't often given praise when they're on the right track. So they're constantly butting up against a system that's saying, you've done a bad, wrong thing, this is what's going to happen to you. But actually giving that ability to also bring them back, say, you know, fantastic, you've really engaged well in all of the programs that, you know, we're really proud of. You're on the right track. You know, you started your Year 10 studies or whatever it might be. The ability as well then for the court system to not quite be so penal in terms of how it's, and that's another. But Miss Anthony, listening to what you were saying, is it possible perhaps to even make that bespoke again, where you could have what you're doing but have medical services attached to it for the kids? So not just elders, but you could have psychologists, occupational therapists, speech therapists,
100%.
tutors.
Yeah. 100% with
Yeah, okay.
funding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's one, we've heard what, $1 million to $2.8 million a year to keep a child in detention. So I sort of see it as
Yeah, I think $1 million minimum to keep a young person in jail. I was speaking with Lexi and Roy before then. I said, imagine what we could do in the community with that amount of money.
What the family could do with it.
Exactly. And it's not only being able to provide access for these young kids, it's also the cost. If the courts doesn't pay for the cost to get neuropsycho assessment, they're thousands and thousands of dollars, and a lot of the young people we work with are undiagnosed.
Yes. Yeah.
You were talking about a strategic investment fund from the Commonwealth, and perhaps tie in existing funding to ensure these outcomes are happening. You can spend it on this, but you can't spend it on jail. You know, those sorts of tied funding arrangements from the Commonwealth.
Yeah, and I think that is specifically needed because I think it's been touched on by Liam that if you need the funding for the healthcare provider, because to get if you've got a young person in the justice system who urgently needs that diagnosis, they then have to go into the public system where it might be a huge long wait to get that diagnosis and those things. So I think what's really missing a piece, and it's the piece that I think the federal government has perhaps capacity to do something, is having that specific investment fund, which is for things, whether it's a therapeutic care alternative, whether it's a alternative school, but it's for this cohort of kids, because that's where we see children slip through the gaps, because these kids are the hardest to work with. So you might have a youth service in town and it works maybe with 70% of the kids that, you know, there's some kids that don't really need it that like to go, then there's some that go and do need it, but then there's the top, like or, you know, the toughest 10% of kids maybe, and they, you know, either they can't access it or they won't access it, or they've gone and they've been banned because of their behaviour. So I think like this particular investment fund really needs to think very broadly about the responsive support, the prioritised diversion, and the therapeutic and rehabilitation focused justice options. Yeah, which might be a variety of things, including what you've suggested.
And I think, and this I may have a slightly different view to my colleagues, but I think the funding is roughly there. Like in terms of what we're spending on incarcerating these kids, I don't think there needs to be more money. It just needs to be spent in a way that's actually looking after the best interests of these kids.
And the community.
And the community, which
Happily
is
they're
going
in
to
the
promote
same-
community
same
safety and all of those things. But yes, I think...
Sorry, Senator, with our programs, like a young person is not going to walk into a counselling office or a psychologist office by themselves. That's our staff's job. But if we had staff internally within our programs, because as soon as they see the brand of Always, New Ways or Yep, it doesn't matter what staff member it is, they connect with them. Yes, they're better connected with their specific caseworker, but as soon as they see the brand of Always, New Ways or Yep, I don't get out much, but I can even build a relationship within a couple of minutes with these kids because I'm Always, New Ways. So if we had internal people that could do those assessments...
I was going to ask you that, and this was recommended by a panel of health professionals where they said we could actually train up, and this was a paediatrician who said you could actually train up elders from communities to almost run these very standard assessments of kids to screen for some of the basic sort of mental health issues, and then obviously, you know, if there is something you could divert them on, but you could actually get elders to potentially do that. What do you think of that idea?
We reckon Uncle Bruce and Uncle Jamie.
I hadn't thought of it. I think it'd be great if we could upskill them, but I suppose I was talking about any staff member within those programs if we had funding to put on a professional. But again, I hadn't thought about having elders involved. They are the ones that are generally the most respected within the program. So if you could do that, I couldn't see. I think it'd be great. But yeah, just having someone internally within our own brands where we've got relationships with the kids, because without relationships, without rapport, you're doing nothing. So I think with funding, the ability to support these young people, who most of whom have got really complex cognitive impairments, I think is a key. Whether that's being a professional or an elder, that's not for me to decide, but the ability to have someone in-house to do that, I think would change lives at a really quick rate.
Yeah, and the impact to be able to do that efficiently as well, just with the barriers around being able to get a neuropsych assessment through court, being able to then, you know, get the young person to complete the assessment, then, you know, get a diagnosis, and then you've got to go through the rigmarole of trying to get an NDIS funding application approved, and, you know, just the barriers that exist, you know, where our staff spend a copious amount of time with NDIS applications and the like, and the barriers are just outrageous. Yeah.
Thank you all very much. I think it's fair to say we could probably sit and chat with you guys indefinitely, but we do have to keep to our programming. But thank you all for the work that you're doing with young people and the advocacy. We really do appreciate you taking the time to make submissions and then come and appear before us. And if you are happy, we might come back to you with some different things as we start solidifying our sort of thought process during the course of this committee. If you will indulge us in that, we would be most grateful. But thank you again. Incredible work that you're doing and really making a difference in the lives of young people. So thank you. And we will suspend. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. So I now welcome representatives from Hello Initiative, Life Without Barriers, Save the Children Australia and 54 Reasons, and the Foundation for Indigenous Sustainable Health. Thank you all for taking the time to speak with the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, I'll ask you all to please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear. And we might start at this end of the table and work our way down.
Liza Fraser-Goodar, co-chair of VISH, Foundation of Indigenous Sustainable Health, proud Bidjara Gungaloo Eamon woman.
Mark Anderson, CEO and Director of Foundation for Indigenous Sustainable Health.
Sue Ellen Lemke from Life Without Barriers. I'm the Manager for Program Advancement and Implementation, specifically Multisystemic Therapy and the Youth Advocate Program.
My name is Amanda Hunt. I'm here representing Save the Children, 54 Reasons. I'm the Director of Western Australia.
My name is Ashley Dixon and I'm the Founder and Chief Executive of Hello Initiative.
Fantastic, thank you. Now, do any of you have opening statements that you're wanting to share? I've got nods from everyone. Are you able to keep them all to as brief as possible so that we can get to questions? Anyone who would like to table theirs, we will welcome that. But otherwise, we might start at this end of the table and we'll go back the other way.
Sure. Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. My name is Ashley and I'm the Founder and Chief Executive Officer of Hello Initiative, which is a WA not-for-profit organisation working with children and young people involved in the youth justice system. Hello Initiative, or HI, was founded in 2019 after we witnessed a simple but significant barrier affecting many young people in the justice system: communication. Children and young people were frequently unable to access services consistently, and at the same time, those services were unable to contact young people to deliver the support that they were entitled to receive. This breakdown in communication had real consequences for their ability to meet court requirements and engage with the supports designed to help them. In response, I established the Mobile Support Project, which has since grown into a statewide program across WA. The Mobile Support Project, or MSP, provides young people with a mobile device and reliable access to mobile credit so that they can stay connected with the services that support them. This includes meeting court-ordered requirements such as supervision and accessing essential support such as crisis accommodation, mental health services and caseworkers. Alongside our operational work, we seek to elevate the perspective of young people themselves with lived experience of the system. In 2023, we delivered our first Youth Justice Innovation Advisory Council, bringing together young people with lived experience and resulting in the report Nobody is Listening, which identified key service gaps from a young person's perspective when navigating the justice system. That report was submitted to the Senate inquiry in 2024. Earlier this year, we have delivered a second Youth Council, which focuses on how young people involved in the justice system are represented in the media and the impact that those narratives can have on their lives and futures. Ultimately, Hello Initiative is a frontline operational service provider with a strong interest in practical and innovative responses to the real-world challenges faced by children and young people involved in justice. While we acknowledge that broader system reform is necessary, our experience also shows that there are practical changes that can be implemented now to improve how young people experience the system. We believe it is possible to make the system easier to navigate for young people today, while the larger structural challenges needed for tomorrow are pursued. Thank you. I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Ms Dixon. Ms Hunt?
My glasses. Good afternoon, Chair and Senators. I'll acknowledge that we are on Whadjuk Noongar country and pay my respect to Elders past and present, and of course the children. I'm representing Save the Children, 54 Reasons, as we said, and 54 Reasons is the name under which Save the Children delivers its Australian services. Senators, you've got our submission and our perspective on youth justice in Australia, as you know, is grounded in our experience as Australia's leading child rights organisation. As a national service provider, we work directly with children, young people and their families and communities. We also advocate for policy and system reform to protect and fulfil children's rights in Australia. Our advocacy is strongly informed by our experience as a service provider and what children and young people tell us. On youth justice specifically, our services include rights-based early intervention, outreach, bail support, in detention, and transition from detention supports. And I'm happy to speak from both our national perspective and a state perspective as well. So our key message to your committee is that youth justice is a national issue requiring national leadership, but solutions within community can come from local people as well. So state and territory governments continue to rely heavily on punitive approaches, including incarcerating children, and this race to the bottom has accelerated recently, as you know. All this is despite clear evidence that tough on crime responses are ineffective, discriminatory and harmful. The result is youth justice systems that are persistently failing to improve outcomes and going backwards in upholding children's rights. So there is a clear need and role for the federal government to step up and provide national leadership and commit to a rights-respecting approach to youth justice system reform. First step would be developing enforceable national standards. These standards should fully reflect the UN Convention of the Rights of the Child and other human rights requirements, and I note this is highlighted in the committee's terms of reference to consider. In developing the reforms that are needed, we need to focus on root causes, not symptoms. The views and voices of children and young people should be central. We won't get the solutions right without listening to those most directly affected. And we need to really be serious about supporting Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people's right to self-determination. Again, this is about upholding rights and the better outcomes that follow. Our written submission has our specific recommendations, and we also provided the committee with a report containing insights from young people with experience of youth justice and detention in their own words. So, Senators, thank you. I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would also like to pay my respects to the Wadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and thank you for the opportunity to share evidence about youth justice programs today. Life Without Barriers works with young people and their families right across the nation, including in WA. From our work, we're deeply concerned that the current approaches to youth justice rely too heavily on punishment, compounding trauma, disrupting development, and increasing the risk of reoffending. While we recognise the genuine concerns about harmful and unsafe behaviour in our communities, we also know that these behaviours are so often rooted in trauma, challenging life experiences, and systemic limitations. Life Without Barriers believes young people can build positive futures if we shift investment upstream toward evidence-based youth justice responses that intervene early, empower families, and strengthen the environment around them. That's why we're pleased to show evidence today about multisystemic therapy, or MST, a proven community-based family-focused youth justice intervention for young people aged 11 to 18. MST targets the known causes of harmful behaviours, addressing the multiple risks of factors associated with adolescent offending across the entire ecology or systems within which the young person lives, addressing family relationships, peer influences, school engagement and community factors. It empowers caregivers to be long-term change agents, creating more sustainable outcomes than treatment methods focused on the young person alone. MST seeks to build the strength of the natural systems that are most influential on a youth's behaviour, and for this reason views families as the key to changing that behaviour, because they are the most influential system that the youth is part of. MST seeks to effectively empower the young person's caregivers with the knowledge, skills and resources to solve current and future problems, to achieve a sustainable change and effectively raise their children without the need for ongoing formal engagement. The evidence to support MST's positive impact is strong and consistent. Multiple studies show that MST reduces reoffending and reliance on detention. A Queensland evaluation 18 months post-completion found up to 43% reduction in reoffending and up to 92% reduction in nights in custody. Further studies have found MST produces broader benefits, such as strengthening family stability, supporting young people to stay connected to school, community and culture, the very factors that protect against further justice involvement. In addition to these studies, we have strong data from rigorous program monitoring across Australia. We have 8 programs currently that shows for 2025-26 at discharge, 91% of young people undertaking MST were living at home, demonstrating success in preventing out-of-home care placements. 73% had no further arrests, and only 6% of young people were placed at discharge. That's 9 young people out of 154. And we are talking about some serious repeat offenders here. The MST program operated by WA Health is contributing substantially to these results in a highly effective enabling environment. Delivered by CAMS on a no wrong door basis, the 2 teams accept referrals from across agencies, both government and non-government. This enables early intervention, flexibility across the continuum of youth justice contact and coordinated support around families. 3 published evaluations show the WA program is achieving strong results, including sustained long-term improvements in adolescent behaviour and emotional problems, in caregiver mental health, parenting skills and monitoring capacity, maintained at 6 and 12 months post follow-up. Further insights from these studies highlight the clear link between caregiver well-being and improved outcomes for young people, which underscore the value of investing in families. Our message is ultimately one of shared responsibility and of hope. Young people in contact with the youth justice system are children of our nation. How we respond to them reflects who we are as a country and the future we choose to build. The evidence we share today shows that when we invest in therapeutic family-centred responses that allow young people and families to access the right support at the right time, real and lasting change is possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Anderson.
Chair, Senators, thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak today. But before I start, I say Nala Karich, Wajak Mort Kain Karak Nijabudja, which is acknowledging the Wajak people as the original custodians on the Budja, on which we're Wanganing, talk from here, not from here, and acknowledging their elders past and present for the contribution they have made, continue to make, and will make into the future. And I go on to say, my quarters Jurupan and Minditch. My heart is happy and also sad to be sitting here, Wanganing, before this committee, because my heart is both happy and sad. One, happy to be able to express our elders and our young people's views, but sad that I've been doing this since the early 1980s. And if I reflect upon that, what has changed, and recently I did a lot of work with the community in Headland in the 1980s, and recently was back in Headland and sitting before the Shire of Port Hedland, and they were talking about the issues they were facing. And those issues were back what was happening in the 1980s, and in fact worse than what was happening in the 1980s. And so the question is why? And I want to apologise to Senator Dorinda Cox and also to Liza, because I've seen generations of young people go through our prison system, and to this date, I would argue not much has changed. And I've been doing this for over 45 years now. From a Foundation for Indigenous Sustainable Health, if you look at our acronym, we're a national organisation. Our board is majority Aboriginal. We're led by and for Aboriginal people, as Senator David knows. We don't get government funding at all. The reason, and I'm glad you're sitting down because you'll be shocked by this, government funding doesn't always meet the needs of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. And so if we are directed by those voices, then if we get 100% of our funding from government, then we're not actually addressing what the community needs. And so we have to be very innovative in our approaches from a strengths-based approach of how we bring change. So then if we reflect upon why haven't things changed, I will take one step to the side and then come back to that point. In WA, and we know across Australia we're spending billions of dollars in this space. In WA alone, it's over $1.1 million to lock a Aboriginal young person in prison. We know that the day they step inside, that the recidivism rate or the risk of going back inside increases by 78%. We know that because of that, there's about 50% of the young people in prison, Aboriginal young people in prison, who are actually on remand. So not even being before the court and being found guilty. We know that if they're found guilty, not guilty, then just because they've walked across the threshold into prison, their rate of recidivism has already increased. We did a lot of work in the adult prison in talking to 36 Aboriginal fellas in prison, from 18 right the way through to 36 up to 50, and we yarned with them and we talked to them about when did you enter the justice system and where are you now and what changed for you or what hasn't changed. And their view was they never got what was needed. Their hearts were never able to be healed. They were never reconnected to culture. They never got the support that they needed, and so they just kept rotating in the prison system. And we sat down with them, we calculated how much it cost 4 of the guys sitting in front of us to be residential in the justice system. And this was when we were sitting in Casuarina prison, and they were building a $170 million extension to the prison for another 70 beds. And so we sat down and worked out that just of the 4 people sitting in front of us, it cost us over $15 million to lock these people up from when they were juvenile right the way through. And nothing had changed in their life, and we were still spending the same money, and the community wasn't any safer. And so from our perspective, how do we bring about change? And so about 9 years ago, we worked at a national level with a range of senators, a range of Chief Justice, Aboriginal elders and leaders, and we sat down and we talked about where do we set up a national prototype across Australia, and the state of WA was picked. And then we started doing work from a design perspective and where we would set that up, and the Mylap Kala Wangangi Healing and Justice Initiative has been established. And that's where we're building a purpose-built whole town, which is based out of Perth, down at Mylap, designed by the mob for the mob. And it'll accommodate over 60 people, and it's actually a national prototype on how do we restructure the whole way we do justice in this state. One of the interesting things in this space that we had, and this is directly related to the justice space, is that we've had 36 fellows in prison and women, and also 28 Aboriginal elders and leaders from across the state co-designing this. And one of the challenges that we have recently faced, which we've had to change, was that they believed from a programmatic perspective, and the program's residential as well as day-to-day, that from a cultural intergenerational perspective, we needed to have the age range of 16 to 35 years involved, because there's intergenerational engagement in the justice system, and if you want to heal, you've got to have people together and things like that. So we then went and sat down with government, both at a state and a federal level, and talked to them about that, and we basically were told that there would never ever be any funding issued for anything where you've got 16-year-olds tied to anyone over 18. And so, and also from an insurance perspective, you couldn't actually get insurance coverage as well. So we then went back to our national co-design group end of last year and said, this is actually the situation. Culturally and intergenerationally, while we understand what is being said, this is the actual structural processes that we can't get over. And so they have now changed the age range from 18 to 40, upwards of 45. So we're now just spent time with the Commissioner, just spent time with the Department of Justice, just spent time with the Department of Communities and also the Coroner's Office to actually talk about this. And so now we're in the process of bringing the project to a reality. One of the challenges that we're facing from a structural perspective is both the federal and the state governments are tied to pyramid-type funding. And so when we sat down with the Department of Justice and we talked about a holistic approach from education, training, employment, strengths-based approach right the way through, the Department of Justice said, well, we only fund this. Education only funds this. And so the only way to resolve something like this is to have a holistic, whole-of-government approach. The problem is our funding models and our structures don't take into account a holistic, cultural, family approach. And so we need to look at a different way of doing that. We're now in discussions with the State Government of Western Australia with what's called the market-led proposal, and we're having a look at how we can have a whole of that, and that sits under Treasury. At a federal level, that structure doesn't exist. And so how do we rectify that if you're trying to bring a whole-of-government approach? One of the other challenges, and I'll finish on this, is we spent a lot of time in the early days talking to Singapore. And people go, why the heck are you talking to Singapore about Aboriginal justice? About 15, 20 years ago, Singapore were going to build a mega prison, and it was going to be for about 20,000 people, 5,000 with a block and a central. Before they did that, they asked themselves a question. One, or a range of questions. How much will it cost to build? How much will it cost to run? And does it work? They found out that it will cost a lot of money to build it, more money to run it, and it actually doesn't work. And so because the Singaporean government is not a 3-year, 4-year government, they pulled together a group of people to have a long view on what do we do to fix it. And they looked at 4 things. 1, how do you stop people from going into prison? 2, the day they step into prison, how do you have a strengths-based approach so you provide the healing and the need that can get addressed in the prison so that when they step out, they've got the biggest chance. The day they step out of prison, how do you provide all the wraparound services so they don't step back inside? And then how do you change the attitude of society so that they don't, oh, you've been in prison, sorry, we're not going to give you a job, we can't give you housing. In WA, if you go back into the prison system and you're an Aboriginal person, you are no longer on the housing list. There is a 12-year waiting list to get back onto social housing. So the day you step into prison, you're no longer on the list. So you're stuffed before, sorry for the term, but you're stuffed before you even get going. And so one of the things that Singapore was able to do is they took the long view. They, from a prison perspective, they retrained the whole staff and they moved to a strengths-based approach, and it was called Look for the Spark. They provided all the wraparound services, so that the day that people stepped out of prison, they had all the wraparound, and they did the Yellow Ribbon Project to change people's attitudes. And we've got 10 years of data from Singapore that shows over 5 years they started doing the work, it peaked at the 5th year, and by year 10 they had less people in prison than when they started. And they actually started shutting down cell blocks instead of building a new prison. And every year they celebrated on the site where they were going to do the prison until COVID hit and then those festivals stopped. The challenge that we face in Australia, from my perspective, at 45 years and from Fisher's perspective and the elders, is we have a 3 to 4 year term view. If you're going to bring structural change in this space and listen to Aboriginal people, for Aboriginal people and do the work, the benefit is going to be 5, 6, 7 years down the track. Now the reality is, government doesn't want to fund something where the benefit doesn't happen in their term of government, it happens in the following term of government. It's far easier to lock people up than it is to bring long-term change. And so how do we change that system and process? And the challenge for Aboriginal people, and the referendum was a huge issue, because Aboriginal people said we need to have a say in areas that we work in areas that directly affect our lives. And they were told you don't have a voice in that space. And so Fish is now driving that change with a whole range of other people. We've got some challenges structurally in Australia. We believe change can come, and walking together will do that. And I feel deeply saddened for people like Dorinda and Liza and people who carry the weight of their elders on their shoulders, and we're still where we were back in the 80s, or even before then, but we believe change can happen and we're going to drive it no matter what. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anderson. We will now go into questions, and I might start with Senator Cox.
Thank you, Chair, and can I thank you all for your opening statements and recognise the ongoing continuing work that you all do separately but also collectively in working with young people who have contact with the justice system. I want to start with Hello Initiative, Ms Dixon. It's been a long day at this end of the desk. You talked in your opening statement about practical changes, but you stopped short of telling us what those practical changes are. Could you help us to understand what some of those ideas are, please?
Sure. So I'll talk first about what we are already doing at Hello Initiative, and then some other ideas that we have about changes to be made. So our primary, what we call our flagship program, is the Mobile Support Project. So we take referrals from primarily youth justice officers, but also a handful of partner organisations, such as the Aboriginal Legal Service, who I know you've spoken to earlier today. Those frontline workers identify young people who need digital inclusion in order to meet their court requirements. So, very practical terms, we're talking about a mobile phone, reliable credit, access to the internet. We look at this from two perspectives. One is judicial outcomes and the second is social outcomes. So judicial outcomes, we're talking about that very practical sense of you have a youth justice officer, you must undertake supervision with that youth justice officer several times a week in order to remain compliant on your community order. If you don't do that, you're non-compliant, you may be breached, pulled back into court. So Hello Initiative accepts those referrals. We work with community, businesses, councils to recycle and refurbish in-house disused mobile phones. We then provide the funding and the credit on an appropriate telco provider, and we provide the phone and the credit for the young person to access on a rolling basis under their engagement in the community. So to be clear, that program is for young people on a community-based order. What that phone also provides is things like access to an email account, a bank account, a alarm clock so you can get yourself up in the morning and attend the appointments that you must attend, and the bus schedule so that you can get yourself there on time. So I feel like all of us in this room have probably had that experience before where maybe you've plugged your phone in at night and it hasn't quite plugged in and you wake up, it's on 3% and your day's kind of all out of whack, you don't know what to do. So something like a mobile phone and access to the internet. In 2026 or in 2019 when we founded, our view was that was not a luxury anymore, that was a practical necessity for anyone trying to run a modern life. And the reality is that a lot of the young people that we work with may be reasonably independent in the running of their life. They may not have the support that other children and young people may have from, say, parents or family supporting them. Another very practical program that we deliver is the Court Breakfast program. So Monday to Friday, similar to what you might see in a school breakfast program, Hello Initiative is at the Perth Children's Court doing a food relief breakfast program before court. It's hard enough to go to court. It's also hard enough to be 15, let alone showing up to court as a young person who may not have access to stable food supply at home. We started the breakfast program after we'd started mobile support. We figured if we could figure out how to give young people an iPhone, we could probably figure out how to give them a banana, and it was reasonably straightforward to set up. So things like that are not complicated to understand. They're not system level reform, no legislative change is required, but it makes a real difference in the lives of young people. So we provide 110 breakfasts every week through that program at the Children's Court, and it's extremely affordable. It costs us about $20,000 a year to run that program. So with that ethos of practical supports, I guess our youth council is primarily asking the question of young people to use the same language that we use with those young people. What sucks about being involved in the justice system, and what ideas do you have for it to be better? We've heard lots of feedback from things like, we know that there are challenging conditions inside Banksia Hill or other youth justice facilities, but that really practical level tells us that young people have got inappropriate sleeping conditions. They complain about mouldy pillows and broken air conditioning. There's a very clear research, evidence-backed link between quality sleep and brain development in adolescence. So therein lies another opportunity for a very practical solution. The solutions that we're speaking about here aren't going to solve the complex challenges that we're speaking about in youth justice, but they are going to support young people to navigate the system as it stands as best they possibly can while reform takes time. I hope that has answered your question.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I might move to Ms Hunt quickly. You, in your submission and also in your opening statement, referenced the national standards, and that seems to have come up quite a bit today in the previous panel that we just had here. One of the questions I asked. The panel was about, given that this is a federated system that we work in and that justice is one of the jewel in the crown, I suppose you call it, in the way that it operates, having national standards, I suppose operationalising that, because it is quite easy to recommend something like that,
but to actually formalise it, whether it's legislated, how you operationalise that, I don't need to tell you how difficult that is for our ministers in their daily work. But I'm keen to hear from you about how you think that might work. And given that our government have already sort of struck a deal across jurisdictions in our health and justice groups, health ministers meeting, communique, and also SCAG on Standing Council and Attorney Generals have already agreed to an implementation plan and moving forward on this. So is that duplication, or I'm just trying to figure out the hierarchy of needs in that.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you, Senator. You've really captured where we're hoping to aim with our submission, and we have consistently recommended that there is a enforceable national youth justice standards to be set out as well. And you're right, we're calling for it to be legislated across, and we are very aware of that. But we think that there is enough of a movement, and the sheer fact that we have the support from all of you today demonstrates that as well. We know that these standards will set out minimal requirements that all youth justice systems across Australia should meet, and those will be based on child rights and human rights and international best practice. So this we talked about the legislative requirement that detention is always the last resort. That shouldn't be, that's really logical, obviously, and also minimum age of criminal responsibility be at least 14. And I'm aware that you would have heard from others today about that as well, and also that children should never be detained in adult facilities. We're advised that there's a number of legal models that could be used to create enforceability across the states, across the jurisdictions, whether that's through Commonwealth legislation or the other means as well. And the accountability, even if it's not the strict legal enforceability through strong monitoring and oversight of these standards, could also have its place. Does that answer your question, Senator?
it does, and probably one of the points I would pick up is that my understanding of the current facilities, I'll say, that are here in Western Australia, it's my understanding that they're not an intention for them to be a long-term solution to this issue, and that the Cook Labor government have committed between 156 million and 158 million to a new facility, which obviously is going to take some time and will be operational by 28. So, I wanted to just clarify that, because I think it's an important point that you made around the closure of an adult facility, and that we have heard evidence today even of children requesting to go to Unit 18 for the purposes of safety. It's not so crowded, better food. I think were the quotes that I remember from witnesses before you this afternoon. So I just offer that up as some of the other things that we've obviously heard and that this committee do consider across the evidence that's provided to us. And so for me, as someone in the Commonwealth and in the government, it's understanding how we get through a negotiation, because although we, in our different stripes that we wear of our political parties, we'll still have to deal with states and territories to, and there will be, I think Senator Shoebridge quoted this earlier, will resistance in some of the ensuring that is a way forward. So I just offer that to you in a way that I hope if there's anything on notice that you think may be helpful to the committee, to allow us to see how this is operationalised in other jurisdictions, and taking into account Mr Anderson's commentary around there's a huge history that sits around here. We've heard about the Scottish model, we've heard about other countries who don't have the same history as us as First Peoples indigeneity that operationalises itself in the way of some of the systemic racism that's here. I think we're all not going to sit here and not avoid saying that. If there's anything I noticed that you think might be helpful in that, or you wanted to make a quick comment on that, I'm happy to.
Well, Senator, thank you for the invitation to take that on notice, because we do have a lot of information that we can provide in that regard across jurisdictions, obviously being a national organisation. And as I said, I'm here representing our national organisation and our state. And what I will add to the comment that you made about young people referring to Unit 18 is the work we run youth justice programs in Kununurra in partnership with Aboriginal controlled organisations up there, and the most heartbreaking thing that we've seen is young people seeing it as a rite of passage to go to Unit 18 because their family members have gone there. So instead of going to country, instead of being proud, we were talking about this before, weren't we? We were talking about young people's need for connection and belonging and purpose and pride in themselves and their culture. What we're seeing is young people who have been disconnected from that, which is why, although I can offer you, and thank you, on notice information about that, what I will say now is that we also know that there are a lot of local solutions that community organisations and in particular Aboriginal controlled organisations have, and those initiatives should be listened to.
Thank you, Ms. Hunt. I'm going to go to Ms. Lembeck. Quickly about MST. Thank you for providing some detail in your submission. It was a very interesting read, and I have a friend who was also an MST therapist previously. And thinking about it in the alternative to incarceration. So I'd like you to just unpack for me a little bit more about the impacts from MST. I think you gave us some statistics around the 92%, I think, reduction in days in prison, and I can't recall the other one, I didn't note it down, but just how MST, particularly in Western Australia, may have helped some families and communities, I think you said, in different locations, but also what are some of the challenges and what can the Commonwealth do in relation to those challenges or blockages or barriers, however you want to interpret that, but how we can improve that from a federal perspective.
Right, okay, thank you very much. The MST teams in Western Australia, they are our longest serving teams. They've been going for 20 years, and there has been a significantly high number of young people and families have participated in the program over that time. And I think I referenced they have 3 evaluations that they have done of the program, and I briefly referenced those. I'm happy to provide on notice those if you would like. So the outcomes of those programs are particularly strong. I think I quoted that we had 91% of young people are remaining at home. This is WA reflects that, and if not, does slightly better than others. I think their longevity helps them there. We call it an open door. I don't know that that's exactly what WA Health would call it, but their capacity to take referrals across the spectrum, not just through a single referral mechanism, I think is very important, because it allows them, I mean, they do prioritise the referrals for those most at risk of some systems consequence, which generally would mean being locked up somewhere. But their outcomes, what we know from their evaluation is that young people remain at home, they do better, their families do better. The importance of family, even if a young person is locked up, the influence of family is still very strong, and it is extremely important. We know from their evaluations, which are they've done 6, 12 and 24-month follow-ups variously, have indicated that those outcomes of being safe at home, being in school or education, no arrests, not being locked up subsequently, provide opportunity. And I think that's what, at the end of the day, we know what the determinants of youth offending are, the sort of, the criminal determinants, and they do revolve around family, peers, education, community, and that's the strength of MST, is that it doesn't work as a silo, it works across those systems, and it looks for what is maintaining behaviour. This is what they're doing here in WA. What is maintaining that behaviour, and what do we need to do to change it? So families actually work very hard. It's not an easy option for them. They have to practice making those changes in terms of their behaviour. But empowering that family also leads to increased warmth and connection, and that is the way forward.
What are the supports that, I suppose, from MST and my very limited knowledge of that, what I understand is that it is a clinician, it's someone that has a vehicle, that's on call, that is available for the drop of a hat to be there for families. It's quite an intensive model of care in the way of then getting, as you say, sort of pathway sort of referrals around young people. I'm just keen to understand how it is quite resource intensive in that way. If what are the supports that governments could look at to support MST being a model of intensive care for what I would say probably more of the complex needs end of the spectrum versus, I think, the Children's Commissioner from Western Australia gave the figure of 70% on remand in youth justice at the moment, who people wouldn't consider as the complex needs necessarily. They're kids that are waiting on being bailed, they're kids that are waiting to have a responsible adult turn up. 38% of those are kids that are under the care of the CEO in Western Australia. So we've got some of the different dynamic that's happening. I understand how we're trying to disrupt the intergenerational component of that, but I'm also keen to understand if government are going to resource something that is so resource intensive in MST, what is that cohort that we are particularly looking to make sure are supported as well as a workforce?
Yeah. Okay, so yes, it is intensive and the caseloads are small, but what you get is that one clinician who will be addressing the presenting issues across all the spectrums, the whole system within which the family and the young person operate. So you're not going to go and see an alcohol and drug counsellor. You're not going to have to go off and see the education counsellor. You're not going to have to go off and seek parenting therapy. You not have to go find, and so on and so on. Yep. It goes. There is one person who looks across all those issues and helps the family to navigate through, to develop the skills, to be able to problem solve going forward. So in that sense, it's a bigger bang for your buck, if you like. Okay. Yep. The program was developed actually for very serious repeat offenders. I mean, as we all know, it came out of the US. So it was those kids who are going to cost the community, society, a lot of money, not just the alternative of being locked up, but through health needs, not paying tax, unemployment and all those sorts of things. So yes, MST is ideally situated there. I mean, if it's a single problem, like a kid not going to school, but everything else is hunky-dory in that family, you wouldn't consider MST as the approach. Yeah. What you would be looking at are those young people who are perhaps presenting across the multiple systems, and they would be the ones, because if we can provide support and help for them and their families, then that is going to be a reduction in cost at the end of the day.
Thank you very much. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Shoebridge.
Yes, thanks all. The concept of national minimum standards, how important are they in ensuring that state governments change the settings in youth detention centres, state and territory governments. Do you want to start on that, Ms. Fund?
Change my glasses, sorry.
I take mine off and
Do
try and
you?
look serious.
Do you?
Yep.
Look at people over your glasses. Look, I think, again, coming from the perspective of a national organisation, what we're saying is that it is a national responsibility to set that. So we're at a point where we have to recognise that youth justice is a national issue. We will provide information further about the jurisdictional differences and where it has worked across the country. But across the country, compliance with children's rights is trending backwards. Senator, you would have seen that, and many of the pressing concerns are consistent across jurisdictions. We released the scorecard. You would have been aware of that. Western Australia, Queensland, Northern Territory have either gone backwards, or Western Australia, we've stayed the same. There's been no improvement in that. So what we're calling for is a national perspective where we hold each of the states into account as well. And we look at international best practice, we look at what works. And particularly what we're calling for is for young people to stay out of the justice system. So we need to address the underlying causes. We know that it is what drives young people's involvement in the youth justice system is their own experience as victims, their own experience as, intergenerational trauma, and not seeing any other opportunities. And I think we'd be really keen to look at ways that young people can be seen as having their own rights and being heard, being seen and heard.
Yeah, and I know you will see it through a child's rights perspective, and I see your recommendations about child's rights perspective. But one of the really remarkable things from all the evidence we've had is that it turns out a child's rights perspective is also a community rights perspective, because respecting kids and resourcing families ends up being the single best solution for community safety at the same time.
Exactly.
It's one of these happy places where those two rights come together. Have you observed this in your work?
Most definitely, and I think you've really hit the nail on the head there, that community safety is based on the safety of each individual child. And again, addressing the underlying causes, addressing the root causes of a child's being involvement in the justice system, and looking at diversionary supports, looking at earlier intervention. And also, I think you would have heard about addressing the family systems as well. So thank you for calling that out. That I think you're absolutely right. Child's rights are a community's rights. And I think that being able to see it through that lens ensures that we reduce that polarity in approaches.
And this might be a good time to go to Fish, because we're thinking about what initiatives build resilience, build strength, keep people attached to culture and country. Can you just speak through a couple of Fish's initiatives? I don't know if you want to give us a start, Ms. Fraser.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think, one of the initiatives that we have is our Mylup Wanganeen initiative, justice initiative down in Mylup. I think the key for us is having a pathway for early education, employment and training, but having a culturally safe space for them to heal and be safe and surrounded by elders and connected to country is the key for that emotional and social well-being support of that young person that's coming through our programs. But if you want to speak a bit more about things,
And I also think it's about the fixed environment. So I think one of the things, there's a lot of research in the education space that talks about the environment's the third teacher, and in architectural psychology, etc. And to have a whole town site, every element, every building, the layout of the whole town site, etc., developed with a healing and cultural focus in terms of the buildings and all of that, I think integrates also then from a programmatic perspective, and also to have it as a strengths-based approach.
We're hearing, talking about the built environment and the kind of messaging and place that it puts young people in. We were hearing from, I think, the ALS about how when Unit 18 was opened up, they walked in for an inspection just before it opened up, and you could literally see straight into the adult prison, straight from the youth section, straight into the adult prison, and the physical environment that put kids in. And it was resolved, if you could call it that way, by putting an extra line of hessian up to block the site. But what you're creating is kind of recognising how damaging that built environment can be. And can you talk about what you're building, what the plan is?
So even if you look at the housing, it's actually embedded in the earth. So I'll use Whadjuk language. So earth is budja, mother. When you're pregnant, you're budjari. And so the elders talk, because the accommodation is embedded in the earth, as you go into the building, and there's 4 people plus a residential mentor in each of the units, and also for the female area as well, it's embedded in the earth. So as you're going into the buildings, you're going back into, the elders talk about going back into the womb, being reconnected to culture, understanding where you've come from, why you are where you are today, taking responsibility, understanding the structural racism that you've been journeyed with, and then being provided the skills and the training, and then rebirthed into a new life. And that architectural philosophy, if you want to use Gadiya Wodjala words, is actually integrated into the whole wellbeing facility. So you'd call that an education, training and medical facility. The elders call it the wellbeing facility. It's again built in the earth. You can walk up onto the roof of it, and it's got health facilities, training facilities, education facilities, all in the one building. And so it's the relational with the land and also with the built environment.
Just we are running out of time, but Hello Initiative is talking about very practical assistance you can give within the current system without systemic change. And I think we all realise that, you know, there are kids being ground through the system now and they need that kind of practical assistance. But in that work that you've been doing, can you identify some sort of low-hanging fruit for systemic change that would change kids' daily life experience? Is there things that come to mind? You say, well, that is just, I cannot believe that happens. I mean, maybe you could say that about the whole system, but...
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
Sorry. Are you looking for low-hanging fruit for systemic change or low-hanging fruit for daily lives?
Well, if you have thoughts on either, I'll leave it open. Yeah. And this wasn't from bananas, by the way, the low-hanging fruit. Although maybe it was that time of the day.
David doesn't like bananas.
Yeah.
Do you, David?
I quite like bananas.
So if I speak first to the day-to-day piece, I think that is ultimately where our conversation with young people directly has centred around. I think there's a lot that we could look at in their engagement with the police and understanding their rights and responsibilities at that first point of contact with the justice system. We also know that there's a lot can be done to improve their experience at court. We've looked at projects such as providing low sensory zones or locations or sensory supports in the courtroom environment. We've looked at the court as an intervention point, provision of appropriate clothing. You may be familiar with, say, the Dress for Success model, which is a very successful model for adults attending job interviews, but we've got young people who know that they're doing something very serious and important, but are not quite sure how to necessarily reflect that in the courtroom. We've also looked at expanding our breakfast program to be a pantry program, so a take food home with you from the court environment as well. Looking at...
Just stopping you there, sorry. We had evidence again from ALS about the court list at Meekatharra,
There you go.
and saying that there's no air conditioned space to wait.
Yeah.
There's no water.
Yeah.
There's no shade, and the kids are being found to have failed to attend court.
Yes.
Because they were ducking down the shops for a thing of water, or they were sitting in an air-conditioned car.
Yeah.
I mean, that just seems extraordinary.
The breakfast program was catalysed at Hello Initiative, both through our Youth Advisory Council and also through a personal experience when I was a social work student on placement with the Aboriginal Legal Service, when I had a young person almost breached at court because I was with them next door getting a ham and cheese croissant because they had not had breakfast that morning and they were starving before court. You don't know what time you're going to get in to see the judge. You could wait for hours and hours. And these are simple problems to solve. And so we're very lucky to have collaborated closely with the Perth Children's Court here in WA to deliver that program. We've been delivering it since 2021. There was a whole host of queries of risk around, you know, throwing food around, waste around the court, anaphylactic reactions. We've not had a single incident since establishment in 2021.
It doesn't seem the most dangerous part of the system, providing sandwiches.
Yeah. But you know, you say that we have now had challenges. We've actually had funding approved, a successful grant application to expand the breakfast program to be the pantry program. So this would be rice, pasta, you know, non-perishable goods to take home that we have not been able to send live. I actually had to acquit a grant back to the funder because we were not able to get through the, to speak plainly, the bureaucratic processes to get that approved. So there's still so much opportunity for change to enhance that impact. I feel like I could go on for hours talking about the quality of food in the waiting room and the waiting room environment and the quality of sleeping facilities in the court. The theme of this is there is an abundance of opportunity. Sorry.
No, that's good. So that's very practical.
Yeah. To speak to your second point about low-hanging fruit on a systemic level, this is, I guess, my opinion or the opinion of Hello Initiative. I don't want to present this as the view of young people, but I think there is, being very clear, I'm here in my role as the Chief Executive of Hello Initiative, but I also have a role in innovation in state government, and that's in the health space. I'm part-time in my role here. And the difference between industry appetite for innovation between health and justice is astronomical. It's incredible the work that we have in health innovation, looking at medical technology, biotechnology, system reform, and there is simply no appetite for innovation in the justice space comparable to the health service. And I think there are potential solutions there in things like social bonds models, like you can see in Scandinavia, where there's actually economic incentives for not-for-profit or community groups to deliver innovative service models that save government money, and then they get a share of that money that is saved. I think sometimes in justice that we don't see in health, there's this expectation that individuals or organisations only participate out of the goodness of their heart because it's a caring profession, because we align with those values. I'm sure everyone at this table would agree that that is important, but I think if we want to drive significant and lasting change, we also need to look at economic incentives for organisations to deliver new, innovative, technology-led, data-led service models that can drive real change.
Which actually fits neatly with a justice reinvestment framework. We do this, we save the money in the criminal justice system here. You know, if we do this, we will over time save money in the criminal justice system here and sort of reinvest those savings. But you're also saying that we shouldn't be embarrassed about allowing self-interest to have a role, because at least it's trying, so to speak.
So justice reinvestment, I think, is a cousin of the social bonds model, and I guess the query would be that money that is saved, where does that go? Does that go back to government for further reinvestment? That's a very sustainable. There's nothing wrong with that model, but I think there's also a very realistic value in looking at how that those cost saves can be directed back to organisations as well, who have, a broad jurisdiction of where they would like to direct those funds to drive further change. Or I think if you want to solve tough problems, you need to pay smart people to solve tough problems. And if we can't pay, if we don't have systems set up that allow competitive salaries in this sort of sector, we lose those smart people to commercial organisations. And so looking at structures that would allow us to do that while still having young people and the community at the heart of what we do, the purpose of what we're doing is better outcomes, but it becomes sustainable and we attract high quality national or international talent to implement those innovation or innovative solutions.
Thanks, Ms. Dixon. Yeah.
Thank you, and that is probably a very good spot to end, and I think we could sit here and talk to you guys all day as well, but I think you raise a really interesting point that we haven't actually heard in evidence so far, that you are right, that innovation happens in biotech and health because there is money to be made for really smart people to innovate and do really amazing things, and we don't tend to do that in service related fields. So thank you. That's a really, I think it certainly is going to challenge how we all think about this. But thank you all for coming and sharing your experiences and giving your evidence. I think it's fair to say no one thinks that the system is running well, and no one thinks it's doing what's in the best interests of children or communities more broadly. So with that, I will conclude today's proceedings, and the committee has agreed that answers to any questions that have been taken on notice at this hearing should be returned by close of business on the 31st of March 2026. Thank you again to all witnesses who have given evidence here in Perth to the committee today. Thank you also to Broadcasting and the Secretariat. We can't do this without your support, and with that I will declare the hearing adjourned. Thank you.